Titi supposed to come?
There is Janelle, I think, or
Janelle supposed to come?
sorry?
And Janelle? What
Janelle?
about Jillian?
Jillian's joining online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes.
Yes. I'm good.
Sorry, one thing. Janelle is coming.
Good morning, Mr. Ustinov. The interpreters are connected. We now need to be assigned to the interpretation booth. this is something that only the host can do. So please.
Sorry, Ivan, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, great, thank you. Yeah, we're just trying to connect to the projector here in the room. So what, is there anything I have to do for you?
Yes, we need to be assigned to the booth.
To the
Do you know how,
booth.
do you know how to do it, or would you like my guidance?
Yeah, I'd like your guidance, please.
Okay, in the bottom you should have a world icon, which is for interpretation. Or if it's easier for you, maybe you can hand the host over to me. I can do
Yeah,
the
I will do
assignment and
now.
then I can send it back to you.
Okay, you're the host now. Go ahead.
Okay, I will do that and then I'll make sure that you get it back.
Thank you.
Estoy en el canal de inglés, Tito. Perfecto. Iván, buenos días, gracias. Me voy al español. Tito, perfecto. Iván,
If, hello, colleagues if online.
perfecto. Gracias, Iván, por todo.
Could I just look at your?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, again, see if we can hear.
Colleagues online, can you hear us?
Yes, it's Torun here. Yes, I can hear you.
Autumn, good morning. You can hear us well?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you well, loud and clear.
Perfect. We're trying to set up the camera so that you can see us as well. Give us.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleagues online, can you hear me? Colleagues online, can you confirm you can hear me? Yes, colleagues online, can you hear me?
It's not easy to hear you now, Sergius. It's not clear.
Yeah, Torun, can you hear us now? Better?
It's a bit better, but it's not easy still, though. The sound is a little bit echo.
We're trying to figure out the sound the best way.
Try it again.
What about now, Torun?
It's improving.
That's I can read it.
Okay. Maybe we should do probably from the laptop. But then I'm from the laptop.
Now it's better.
Now it's better, yeah?
Yeah,
Now it's clear.
it's not.
Okay, so then the presenters will stand here and
Yeah.
talk here.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, colleagues will present. Just pay attention. I would like you to present from this spot. So participants online, we already have more than about 80 participants join us online. For them, it is much better if your presentation will be from this spot, okay? Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Tarun, I hope this is better and all participants joining us online, yes?
Yeah, excellent, I think. But one
Spanish-
question, Sergio,
Spanish?
sorry.
Yes, Tarun?
Is it in with camera as well, or is it just the voice?
Say again, sorry?
I am in camera as well, or is it only the voice?
No, you're free to put your camera as well.
Okay, then
Yeah?
we'll see if I figure out. Otherwise,
Okay. And Spanish interpreters, is everything okay for you from your side? The channel is sorted? Spanish interpreters, Ivan, can somebody confirm if everything's fine from your side? Hello, Spanish interpreters, can you confirm? Audio. Okay, I guess Spanish interpretation is also working. Okay, great. I think we can start as we're a little bit behind the schedule. I'm gonna share my screen now to see the agenda of the day. Okay, Tarun, can you confirm if you can see my screen as you're the only one that I spoke?
Tertius, excuse me.
Okay, Janelle, Gillian, can you see the screen? Please unmute yourself.
Hi, good morning. Yes, I can see the screen. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so
Say-
while
I'm sorry, one comment here, because I cannot activate my camera. It's activated in my computer, but I cannot share it. Just to let you know.
okay, Gillian, can you activate your camera just to see if it's an issue from?
No, I only have audio. Same thing.
Mm-mm-mm. Okay, colleagues online specifically. So we're just gonna try to change the settings. But in the meantime, while the IT service colleagues are helping us, I think we can start with the opening. Sir? Activate the cameras for all.
The camera feature. It seems that it's turned off. We assume for
all online.
For the easy
How many
Zoom, but
participants in one video showing?
5.
Only 5? Go back in the participants. I only see.
Yeah.
no, he's using our webinar type.
Okay, going more.
Colleagues in the room, I'm more than happy for us to
Let's
proceed.
promote the panelists and see if
Without the
it will
camera.
work. Ask her if she could turn on her screen now.
Gillian? Okay, excellent. We have Gillian Smith joining us.
Was it the setting in the webinar?
It's in the yeah, it's in the actual. And Torun. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, and we apologize for this technical delay. And we have participants join us here in the room. So we're gonna start this workshop with 25 minutes delay, but we're gonna catch up a bit later. And yeah, the first opening remarks that I would like to give the floor to will be Mr. Ian Mohammed from the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. I'm going to share my screen a little bit specifically for participants. So yeah, we have the opening statements coming up from Mr. Ian Mohammed first, followed by Professor Pat Umaharan, who is also here in the room, and followed by 2 online FAO members, Ms. Gillian Smith, FAO representative in Trinidad and Tobago, and our new Global Partnership Secretary, Ms. Torun Wolfram, joining us also from FAO headquarters. So first, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ian Mohammed, who is here in the room, please, to welcome everyone and wish us a successful webinar.
Morning, everybody. The minister sends his apologies for not being able to make it because due to the schedule, he has a number of other engagements. So I've been given the task of bringing some remarks. I want to acknowledge Gillian Smith, representative interim for Trinidad and Tobago and Suriname Food and Agriculture Organization, Professor Pat Moharan, Director, Cocoa Research Center, all the distinguished panelists and moderators, and other representatives of FAO and the Cocoa Research Center, members of staff of the University of West Indies and the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, especially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege to be present with you today at this regional workshop, which addresses a matter of great importance, not only for Trinidad and Tobago, but also for the wider Caribbean and Latin American regions, assessing and mitigating soil pollution in cocoa growing plantations. Cocoa holds a special place in our nation's history and economy. Renowned for its exceptional fine flavor profile, Trinidad and Tobago's cocoa is a hallmark of quality on the global stage. Yet, to maintain and enhance this reputation, we must tackle the challenges posed by soil contamination, particularly by heavy metals like cadmium, which directly affect export potential and environmental sustainability. I am pleased to share that Trinidad and Tobago has made significant strides in addressing soil health challenges. Our ministry, through strategic partnerships with stakeholders such as Tringen, Yara, and the University of the West Indies, is working to complete a national geospatial soil assessment, establish a soil diagnostic lab, and implement training programs to enhance soil management capacity. Additionally, we are on the cusp of furthering our capabilities with the imminent acquisition of an EMAX. This state-of-the-art equipment will enable our cocoa producers to test soil and cocoa beans for cadmium, ensuring compliance with international standards and improving market access for our farmers. This initiative is part of a broader effort to advance sustainable agricultural practices. It aligns with our ongoing collaboration with ICA and other partners in areas such as sustainable land management, biodiversity, conservation, and pest control. These initiatives underscore the ministry's commitment to supporting our farmers and securing the agriculture sector against future challenges. Before I close, allow me to express heartfelt thanks to the event coordinators, the FAO, who continue to serve as a key support system for our country's agricultural endeavors. I also wish to acknowledge the University of the West Indies, and in particular Professor Pat Maharan and his team from Cocoa Research Center for their dedication to the sector and steadfast collaboration and willingness to assist in our agricultural initiatives. Additionally, I must recognize the exceptional efforts of the staff at the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, especially those in the Research Division, which I manage. Your hard work and dedication have laid the foundation for meaningful progress in our agriculture sector, and today's workshop is a testament to your commitment to excellence. As we embark on the discussions and training sessions of this workshop, I encourage each of you to actively engage, share your expertise, and embrace innovative approaches to addressing soil contamination. Your contributions will be pivotal in shaping the future of sustainable cocoa production and preserving the livelihoods of countless farmers across the region. Let us use this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to environmental stewardship, agricultural resilience, and the legacy of cocoa as a strategic contribution for our nations and the region. Thank you, and may we have a productive and successful session.
Thank you, Mr. Ian Mohammed, for this opening remarks. Now, to continue with opening remarks, I would like to give the floor to Professor Pat Umaharan, joining us from Cocoa Research Center, and who support us a lot in organizing this webinar and workshop in cocoa. Professor Pat, please welcome all the participants here online. We have about 98 participants joining us online as well as in the room. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Lillian Smith of FAO and the colleagues from FAO who are here. And I would also like to extend an invitation to welcome all the participants here today. I think it's a very important session today. I always consider the cadmium problem as like a jigsaw puzzle. The different countries in the region have been working with different parts of these problems. And I think this is an opportunity for us to bring the different parts and put them together to provide a solution for the farmers in the region. So I think the work of the FAO to bring everybody together today, I think is very welcome. And it's important for the sector in Latin America and the Caribbean. I particularly find it very interesting that this particular problem has galvanized the region as a whole together. For very long, we have been working very much independently in the region. And I think I had the greatest pleasure to work with a number of partners in Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil over the years. And I think that has brought us together as researchers in solving a common problem that the region has been facing. And I think this augurs very well in addressing other problems in the future, having created this sort of nexus facilitated by a lot of partners, including the FAO. So I would like to again thank all the participants here who have come all the way. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of the University of the West Indies and also the Cocoa Research Center. I don't know how long you are going to be here in Trinidad and Tobago, but I would really like you all to welcome you to the Cocoa Research Center. You know that we also have the International Cocoa Gene Bank in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a 100-acre estate with over 2,300 varieties of cocoa. We also have the Innovation Center, which I think you will be visiting tomorrow to look at some of the work that we are doing there, right? So I'd like to also take this opportunity to thank all our partners in Trinidad and Tobago, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Cocoa Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago, NAMDEFCO, and all of those who have been working together in solving some of the problems facing the cocoa industry. And thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pat Umaharan, for the welcoming remarks. And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Gillian Smith our FAO representative from Trinidad and Tobago to give opening remarks of this workshop. Gillian, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I really am sorry that I can't join you. Director Mohammed, Professor Pat, it's wonderful to see you again. I want to also greet all of my FAO colleagues that are there and that are online. And I want to especially greet the participants that are coming from other countries. And sitting here in Guyana, I'd like to tell you greetings and welcome to Trinidad and Tobago. I've always thought that I loved chocolate, and I have to say, until I visited the project in Trinidad and Tobago at the University of the West Indies, I think I had very little concept of what chocolate and cocoa involved. And so it's really been quite interesting. So on behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, I want to say it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the opening of this Global Soil Partnership Workshop. I'm hoping that we can catch up some time, although I must say it does bear repeating to say that cocoa is a crop that's deeply tied and rooted in cultural heritage and the economies of many nations, including Trinidad, including Ecuador, and including Brazil as examples. As one of this region's most significant agricultural exports, it represents not just economic opportunity, but also livelihoods of thousands of small farmers and farming communities. Highlighting this importance under FAO's flagship initiative, the One Country, One Priority Project, Ecuador, Trinidad, and Tobago have selected the cocoa as their special agricultural product for green development support. We do know that there are stringent maximum cadmium levels for chocolate and cocoa powder, and we know that the studies reveal that they are exceeded in many of our Caribbean and Latin American countries. By addressing the problem of soil pollution and investing in sustainable practices, we can ensure that these countries will continue to produce cocoa, the cocoa of exceptionally high quality, but which also meets global food safety standards. There's been a lot of work that's been done by FAO with partners through the Global Soil Partnership over the last few years. And we want to continue to move this forward and to keep these partnerships going so that they create the results that we are looking for that support the livelihoods of these thousands and thousands of farmers. As we gather here today, I want us to recognize that the challenges that we face are not insurmountable. And I recognize that I'm speaking to you, I'm preaching to the choir. But again, it bears repeating. We do need to ensure that we coordinate, we partner with each other, we use science-based and inclusive strategies. With all of this said, I want to move quickly to urge you, the participants, to make the most of this, to make the most of the continuing and the strong partnership that clearly already exists. We know and understand clearly what our challenges are. It is now for us to solve our challenges, and this is completely within our ability to do so. I want to reaffirm FAO's commitment to supporting our member states, to addressing soil pollution, to enhancing agricultural productivity, and to fostering sustainable development. We work together here with you today, not just for our livelihoods today, but for the futures that we are all looking for in tomorrow. Thank you so much, and I wish you a productive and insightful workshop. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gillian, for addressing those important topics and concerns regarding soil pollution. And last but not least, about the opening remarks, I'm very pleased to introduce you our new Global Soil Partnership Secretary, who just joined us recently, Thorin Wolfram. Thorin now is based in FAO headquarters, where the Global Soil Partnership is positioned. And Thorin, I would like to give you the floor to welcome all the participants, both here in the room as well as online, and wish us a fruitful discussion. Thorin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, I'm delighted to welcome everyone to this soil pollution workshop jointly organized by the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fishery of Trinidad, the Ministry of Planning and Development, and the University of West Indies. This Global Soil Partnership event is the first ever organized workshop in the region that focuses on pollution and its effects on cocoa production, a critical issue that intersects environmental sustainability, agricultural resilience, and food security. Soil pollution has long been an invisible threat, quietly undermining our ecosystems, economies, and health. As highlighted by the FAO Global Soil Partnership and the International Network on Soil Pollution, INSOP, trace elements such as cadmium, mercury, and lead infiltrate our soils, making their way into the food we eat and the water we drink. The consequences are far-reaching, affecting crop yields, farmer livelihoods, and the health of communities worldwide. Today, we are gathered here because the stakes are particularly high for cocoa, one of the most beloved commodities and an essential export for many countries in the region. The issue of pollution in cocoa beans not only threatens food safety and consumer health, but also disrupts the livelihoods of countless smallholder farmers, particularly in Latin America and the Caribbean. This workshop comes at a critical moment as we aim to address these challenges head-on, with results to be presented today by the Global Soil Partnership and distinguished guests coming from Venezuela, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago. We are equipped with invaluable data and experiences to guide us towards practical solutions in tackling soil pollution. By sharing knowledge, exploring nature-based solutions, and engaging with all stakeholders, from government and intergovernmental organizations to farmers and academics, we are building a foundation for lasting change. I'm also delighted to invite all of you to tomorrow's comprehensive training session, which promises to be a great opportunity to deepen your knowledge and expand your skill set in addressing soil pollution. Led by two distinguished INSOP members, this training will provide you with tools to navigate the complex challenges of soil pollution. We encourage you to take full advantage of this unique learning experience, as it will empower you to make a meaningful impact in tackling soil pollution in your regions and beyond. I wish you all a successful and productive two-day discussion to learn from one another, share best practices, and strengthen our international collaboration. Together, through the INSOP network and the engagement of all of you, government, private sector, academics, NGOs, and farmers association, I'm convinced that we will move much faster to a world where zero pollution is not just an ambition, but a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Torun, for your welcoming remarks. Thanks a lot for everyone who participated in the opening remarks, Ms. Gillian Smith, Mr. Ian Mohammed, Professor Uma Haran. And now, for the time's sake, we would like to move on to our first agenda item. Just going to share again to participants here. You can see it. So This workshop will be structured into 3 sessions. The first session will be all based on FAO approach to assess trace element pollution in cocoa and chocolate products. We're going to have 3 presentations. First of all, I'm going to talk about and introduce to all speakers and guests here what the GSP is all about, followed by 2 presentations from our partners from Ecos Brazil, who supported GSP significantly in the project implementation phases, both in Trinidad and Tobago. I would like to share some results with you of what we found, as well as in Brazil. After what, we will have a short coffee break. It will be a very sweet coffee break with lots of chocolate. Can't promise it's going to be free of cadmium, but anyway, we hope so. And follow that, we're going to have session 2, national projects, where we're going to have guest speakers joining us from different countries, including, again, Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to have speakers from Colombia, from Venezuela, from Jamaica, also from Peru later on. And session 3 will be focusing on risk reduction measures for soil pollution mitigation, as well as other activities that go on in the region, including the new project on Cabruca forest in Brazil. So this is the quick agenda for today. It's going to be a long workshop, a full day. So we really appreciate this. More than 114 participants joining us from all around the world. So good evening to everyone joining from Asia and Australia. Good afternoon from Europe and Africa. And good morning to everyone joining us from the Americas. Just a quick housekeeping rules, especially for those who are online. If you have any questions or you would like to speak online, please feel free to raise your hand first, and I will unmute you and put you on the panelist. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to have your questions put in the Q&A box. Also, this workshop is interpreted simultaneously into Spanish language. So if you would like to have Spanish interpretation, please feel free to press in the button below. I think it's the word that has to appear, and you select either English or Spanish. Especially for those who are going to present, please keep in mind that we have a simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, and therefore the speed matters. Okay, thank you very much. Now, for the interpreters, specifically those who are in the room, Sasha and Anna, we would appreciate if you will present from this spot, because the dynamics of my laptop, it will be much easier for the interpreters. So first of all, I would like to have my presentation to be delivered and brief you all about what is Global Soil Partnership and the network of soil pollution. Okay, I hope everyone online can see my screen in full. Okay. Torun, can you confirm if you can see it in full mode?
Well, actually, I can see your slides below it.
Slides. Okay, let me change this. Control. But I can't change my mouse to this screen, see? How?
This one, please.
But I don't see it here in my week.
Normally can just put, yeah.
Ah, excellent. Okay.
Save it. Yes.
Okay. Torun, can you see it in full mode now?
Perfect, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, colleagues. So I'll be quick for the time's sake. I'm just going to present you what the Global Soil Partnership is all about. So just a quick reminder that GSP, abbreviation for Global Soil Partnership, is all about soils. Why? Because soil is the foundation of the food systems, and it supports many SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals that we jointly have to work together and make our world better. So as you can see from the slide, soil provides the and regulates the flood, the climate regulations. It is the foundation for human infrastructure. It provides the food, fiber, and fuel for many of us. It also helps to regulate the climate change, as the soil stores lots of CO2 and other gases, nutrient cycling, as well as the cultural heritage. So soil, in fact, has a lot of activities to play around in our society. And for this reason, we, as FAO, established the Global Soil Partnership more than 10 years ago in 2012, with the main goal to improve soil governance and promote sustainable soil management activities. How we operate? Well, basically GSP works with the focal points that are appointed by FAO members. And most of our focal points are the Ministries of Agriculture or the Ministries of Environment. I'm pleased to see Gabriela, who is our focal point for the GSP from Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for being with us today. And also we have more than 500 partners worldwide supporting us and providing advice on the implementation activities around the world. Having this in mind, the framework of the GSP for the next remaining 5 years is a world whose soils are healthy and resilient, ensuring the sustained provision of ecosystem functions and services for all, leaving no one behind. Now, to this end, the GSP must work to improve and maintain the health of at least 50% of the world's soils by 2030. This is a very busy slide. I'm not going to go through details on all of that, but essentially it summarizes all the activities that the GSP performs. We have 6 action areas that we have to work on. I think this is the third slide, the third line you can see here. But to go through quickly all of them, we have to work to manage sustainably and restore soils for the provision of ecosystem services. For that, we have a number of projects that are listed here or activities that we're working on. We are supporting countries to strengthen their soil governance. We promote knowledge and literacy on soils through different programs, such as the Global Soil Doctors Program, one of them I'm going to talk in shortly. We promote awareness raising and advocacy on soil health through various communication channels. Most of the familiar one is the World Soil Day that takes place on 5th of December every year. We assess, map, and monitor soil health in a harmonized ways. And we also foster technical cooperation, including gender and youth, through numerous soil technical networks that we have. I'm going to present you shortly. Soil pollution is actually a new topic for FAO. How it all started, essentially in 2017 at the UNEP conference in Nairobi, countries gathered and signed and agreed that soil really must be addressed meticulously and in details if we really want to achieve our SDGs by 2030, because soil pollution really hurts many SDGs that you see here. In fact, SDG 3 is the only SDG out of all 17 where soil pollution is actually listed and mentioned. In other SDGs, well, it's not mentioned directly, but we all know that it really can have a significant effect. A year later, in 2018, the FAO and the GSP organized a global symposium on soil pollution in FAO headquarters. And I'm sure some of you already been there. I see Lucia nodding yes, as well as some participants online. So people gathered, experts from around the world gathered at the FAO headquarters and agreed on the action plan that must be taken and considered. One of the action plan and key forward action that was agreed at that symposium is to develop a global assessment of soil pollution report. In fact, the first report in the world that summarizes the state of soil pollution in different regions around the world. It was a very tough process that required a lot of work from a lot of countries. We had 53 contributors with 17 companies, 40 members of editorial board were working together. And in 2021, the report was finally published. And it's still used as one of the biggest references and resource finding if you want to learn about the state of pollution in your country or your region. Apart from that, FAO has numerous key publications. Some of them are mentioned here, such as the Voluntary Guidelines for Sustainable Soil Management, the Code of Conduct on Fertilizers, the International Code of Conduct on Pesticide Management, Global Action Plan on AMRs or Antimicrobial Resistance, and of course, Codex Alimentarius, one of the key flagship publications of FAO. Now, not all of them, by the way, were generated and produced by the GSP. It's a joint effort of all FAO divisions and other UN agencies. Regarding technical networks, and here where INSUP comes, again, we have about how many? 7 technical networks within the GSP. All of those networks really address different aspects of soil, including soil laboratories, black soils, the most fertile soils in the world, the topic of fertilizers, their overuse, misuse, and how they affect the soil health. We talk about also salt-affected soils, as this is a real issue. We work on the soil information institutions where we generate the maps, different maps of the soil. We have soil biodiversity and, of course, soil pollution. All of those, again, technical networks work together with experts around the world to generate and develop knowledge products, guidelines, methodologies to tackle and reduce aspects of soil degradation and soil threat. Now, regarding the INSUP specifically, this is the newest network that was launched 2.5 years ago, now 3 years ago, with its mission to support and facilitate joint efforts to reduce the risks of soil pollution and to share experience and knowledge with all of you of how jointly we can work to prevent soil pollution or minimize the risks of it to occur. It took about 1.5 years to formulate what exactly we're going to focus on. And these are just kind of some of the contaminants or topics that we're working right now. One of them is fertilizers. And I said the application of phosphate fertilizers, is it really an issue or a cause of soil pollution, especially with some trace elements like cadmium and copper and cobalt? For that, we partnered with other technical networks and experts to generate some products. One of them is a standard operating procedure of how to determine metals in phosphate fertilizers in the laboratory. We would like to train farmers on the overuse of fertilizers, on finding alternatives when they are available, and raise awareness on the importance of environmental and health safety fertilizers and recycled nutrient sources. Agroplastic, another huge concern around the world in agricultural sector, as plastic pollution from agriculture is one of the biggest sources. And for that, we're also trying to promote the principles of the 6R approach, the refuse, redesign, reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. And together with other FAO colleagues, we're developing a comprehensive voluntary code of conduct to cover all aspects of plastic throughout agri-food value chain. In fact, this code of conduct that was published in December last year, and it's already available in our FAO webpage. Now, of course, trace elements, I guess this is the main topic for today's discussion and presentations. Prevention, mitigation of trace element pollution, most of them that we're focusing on cadmium, lead, mercury, arsenic, the most common ones, identifying and implementing sustainable management practices, and of course, promoting the use of nature-based solutions to remediate or mitigate trace element contamination, such as the use of microorganisms by remediation, the use of alternative plants that can accumulate and store those trace elements through phytoremediation process, and also soil amendments. What kind of soil amendments can be applied in the field to reduce the impact of pollution by those metals? Now, unfortunately, we all see that the world is quite unstable over the last 3 years, and FAO received a request from the countries to support them in restoring soils affected by mines and explosive remnants of war. One of them that we started recently was in Ukraine, and here you can see in the picture my colleagues in Ukraine taking some soil samples from the craters that were generated from the explosion of artilleries. And for that, we're identifying, we're sampling, we're analyzing and assess soils for the presence of those contaminants. We identify pollution and mitigate risks of contamination and their phytotoxicity. And we try to provide information in a balanced, scientific, and non-alarmist manner for the general audience with the key actions that must be taken and considered. Pesticides, one of the issues as well, especially in agricultural areas. This is the cartoon that I really like to show to the audience. This is the perspective of the use of DDT pesticides, which is now listed in the Stockholm Convention. Well, back in the 50s, it was presented something very funny and safe. Well, we all know that this is not the case anymore, and we're all familiar with those pesticides that are not in use, officially not in use, but there's still tons of stockpiles of those pesticides sitting in many, many countries, including Central America, Central Asia, Africa. So we really need to understand what to do with that and alarm consumers of those pesticides, particularly farmers, that this can be a really dangerous, not only for your health, but also for the health of the environment, of your animals. And here's the perspective of One Health Comes. And the Global Soil Doctors Program. That's where we actually educate and train farmers on identifying and targeting key soil threats that are of concern in their country. We provide the Soil Doctors kit that you can see here at the bottom that the farmers can use in order to assess the state of their soil health and measure various indicators, again, in the field qualitatively, to understand whether the threat is there or not. As of today, we already trained more than 10,000 farmers around the world. These are just some pictures from the map where we engage with the local communities. And farmers will really go in the field and take some soil samples. They assess their soil for their texture, for the acidity, alkalinity, for aggregate stability, moisture, as well as the state of their biological activity of the soil. And just some pictures of our staff going in the field in Laos 2 years ago, training some farmers. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to replace this slide at the end of this year with some farmers from Trinidad and Tobago, because I'm pleased to say that my colleague, Juan Carlos, who came from Venezuela, and myself, we will start implementing Soil Doctors, focusing on soil pollution prevention and identification of contaminants in the field in Trinidad starting from Wednesday. So I'm looking forward, and I'm very happy that we as INSOP community developed and finalized the modules on soil pollution. And we're gonna go in the field and implement them starting from this week. And also, apart from contaminants and soil doctors that INSOP is targeting, we're also developing key documents and guidelines. One of them will be published later this year, technical guidelines on soil pollution assessment, mapping, monitoring, and reporting, guiding various stakeholders of how to do risk assessment, how to build a conceptual site model, what kind of indicators you need to consider to monitor the state of your soil, and how to correctly communicate the risks in the presence of pollution in the field. This is all done with the support of the INSOP steering committee. We have a chair, we have a vice chair, and also the representatives of different working groups that we have, but also wonderful team of members joining from 130 countries. There's about 1,200 of us. I see 130 participants. Most of them will be our INSOP members. So I would like to say thanks to all of those people who create and support us in all those activities that I just mentioned. Most of our members coming from Asia, Africa, Europe. Latin America and the Caribbean indeed is growing, and I hope that it will continue to grow, especially after this workshop. I know that the language can be a big issue, hence we have Spanish interpretation today, so that the message is delivered to all countries in the region. And yes, so the growth is quite steady. Here's the QR code for those who would like to be part of the INSOP and GSP community and support us in the future, because we have a lot of interesting topics and activities coming up over the next year or so, targeting, again, military conflict pollution, mercury pollution, especially from the artisanal gold mines, which is the huge issue in South America and Africa. Radionuclide pollution, also a huge concern for many countries, including Kazakhstan, India, Ukraine as well. Microplastic pollution and management of plastic in general. And of course, emerging contaminants, including PFAS, right, where we still have a lot of gaps. So we need to figure out how GSP can support communities around the world to tackle and address those emerging contaminants. Well, that's my presentation and a quick overview of the activities of the GSP and the Network on Soil Pollution. I hope you have a much clearer idea. If not, we're here it's going to be a long day, so I'm always available for any questions or concerns you may have. Thank you very much, and over now. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And now over to... Let's just show PDF, actually. Is that okay?
But you have sessions?
No.
Sashes, yes, I have it.
No.
No? Okay. Okay.
Can you
It's on the other side. Yeah. We're just preparing presentation now for my colleague, Anna, to talk about the project in Brazil. It will be launched in 1 minute. I have a presentation if you want. Slides. Sasha, your camera. Okay, slides. How am I supposed to share?
So could you open it or?
Yeah, it's here.
That's the PDF.
That's the PDF.
Then we can open the form because Sasha needs the other one.
Okay. So basically, yeah, now just whenever you want to change the slides, just pressing this
Is it
arrow.
better if I sit down here?
Yes, you're going to sit down.
Okay.
Okay, colleagues, now we're going to have a presentation from Ana Moeri, joining us from Ecos Brazil, who is here in the room. Ana, good morning, just for our speakers. And yes, please go ahead with your presentation. You have
Can they
arrows.
see me? No.
Yes, they can see. They can see the screen.
Ah, okay.
I will turn off the camera.
Good morning.
Yes, now they can see you.
Okay, thanks a lot. And if I want to change here, I have to go here.
This arrow, yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thanks a lot.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today. My name is Ana Moeri. I'm from Instituto Ecos Brazil, a nonprofit organization based in São Paulo, Brazil. And I will present to you today an initiative that we are collaborating now with FAO regarding the focus on assessing and mitigation activities on cadmium and on other heavy metals, but specifically cadmium on cocoa plantations. So Ecos Brazil is an NGO that is based in São Paulo. As I said, we have a focus on collaborating on regeneration of the global ecosystem. We have technical solutions that we develop with our team to work together with other NGOs, with the government and companies. So we basically work in 3 areas of expertise. So we have the conservation of biodiversity, that we work on protected areas, that we have projects regarding the creation of new areas, but also the development and management, working together with the Brazilian government, the federal and local ones. We also have some initiatives regarding climate change and ESG, where we work together with companies, helping them with definition of climate change strategies, due diligence of carbon projects, and also other projects that will help companies to understand their impact and indicators that regarding social and environment. And we have the 3rd area, which is the one that this project here is placed. So we have also we do the secretariat of a network that is called Nicole Latin America, that I will explain a bit further. And we also have projects related to impacted areas, also with Fundação Renova, which is about the dam break, the accident that we had in Brazil, where we put together experts to tackle this project. I will skip one slide before I start, just to explain you a little bit who is Nicole. Latin America is basically the Latin American version, the tropical version of Nicole in Europe, that exists more than 30 years. We have Lucia here, which is a longtime member of that network. And in 2013, we decided to bring that network to Latin America. And that network puts together industries, universities, and service providers to discuss the topic of remediation of contaminated sites. And that network exists in Latin America. First, it was in Brazil, then we expanded to other countries in Latin America. And the network exists in Europe and in Africa, and we are collaborating in several projects and events. So there are meetings that we have to exchange also some expertise. So our journey in this project goes back in 2021 when we have been approached by FAO. Basically, it was Lucia and Nicole in Europe that approached us in Latin America to start this project. And we started it in Trinidad and Tobago and Ecuador. So we did this first assessment in these 2 countries. But due to some travel constraints, we were not able to do the field work in Ecuador. So we did the whole visit that was made by Sasha in Trinidad and Tobago. And in 2024, we entered a new phase of this project where we started expanding initial preliminary assessment in Brazil. and also a further investigation of Trinidad and Tobago. That will be presented by Sasha. I will bring you some insights about our project in Brazil. So the main objective of the project is to implement the actions of that were defined during the GSOP 18, and also regarding that the problem that is the presence of heavy metals, particularly cadmium, that has become a pressuring issue for cocoa producers in Latin America. And these concerns arise because of that the importing regions, such as EU, has enforced strict cadmium limits, which, when exceeded, can restrict also the trade. So to avoid that, there is this study ongoing that we can bridge the gaps of the current knowledge of what is existing of the content in these areas, and propose new solutions and perspectives for a new work that can be done in future. So that's a bit the content of the presentation and of our project. So we started doing a research review of all what is available on studies in local but also global about cadmium and other heavy metals in the soil and in cacao production. We looked at watershed perspective, so we looked at a specific region in southern part of Bahia. Then we made a field trip to learn about the local context and talk to several local and national stakeholders. Then we started, we developed an initial conceptual model for this region based on the watershed scale risk and also some preliminary investigation. And then last but not least, we defined some recommendations about possible solutions that can be used. So a little bit about the area that for this Brazilian phase that we have designed this preliminary assessment. We worked on a region which is in the state of Bahia, which is in the northeastern part of Brazil. You can see that in the first image on the left. And that area has historically significant cocoa production. So that goes back to the 18th century. I think everyone that works with cacao already heard about the production in this region, so in southern of Bahia. And because of this long history, there is a huge variability between old and new crops, and also about the production method. So that made that region interesting for us. There is also a very high annual precipitation on that region, which makes it very interesting also for cocoa production. And as you can see in this geological map, there is a very old rocks that we can see here, and a very complex geology, which also made us this region, which you can see in red as this watershed, interesting. Also, that we worked mainly on agroforestry cocoa in Brazil, that's called cabruca. You have that here too, but we have the name defined as cabruca, which is this kind of production that is on agroforestry. So that was our local our area. So regarding the research, we had a hard time finding a lot of data, available data. So there is not much published yet. So what we found, I will present some of them. The first one is this from Araújo from 2022. Araújo made some analysis from 15 cacao farming sites in southern of Bahia. And he measured the concentration at the surface and the subsurface levels of the soil, and also from the cocoa beans. I will not go into the detail, but as you can see on the graph, there are some findings that confirm that there are elevated heavy metal concentration on these areas. But just to make clear, that represents only a small snapshot and is only one publication that we found. Regarding to that, there are others to be published that, of course, we will consider in future. This publication is regarding remediation strategy, possible remediation strategies that shows us also a study in the southern part of Bahia that shows us that zinc concentrations in the soil can promote the decrease of cadmium uptake by the root system. That could be an interesting remediation strategy also in one publication that we found. And another one that we've been looking, because we are looking at the watershed and as a holistic view of the area, we found that publication regarding the water analysis. So it's surface water analysis that gave us some interesting insights also, and showing that there are some seasonal variation of heavy metals in the surface water. So that was our field trip. We had several meetings before, and then we went to Ilhéus and Itabuna, which is in the region where there is a lot of cocoa production, and we visited some governmental institution as CEPLAC, which is one of the main research institutes of cocoa in the region, and also national has a big importance regarding data and also the historic background. And we visited the Centro de Inovação de Cacau, which is the innovation center also in Ilhéus, close by, and had some interesting conversations there, and also were able to visit some areas, producing areas from organic that are producing in organic or non-organic, but all Cabruca areas where we could talk about with the local people, and to understand also how is the findings and some actions that could be interesting for that region. So that's a first conceptual model defined by us for that project. I will not go into detail because tomorrow, just a small introduction that Sasha will present, will give you a workshop about how to build this conceptual model, but just to show you how our view is on that, to understand the whole process on the sources of cadmium, on the uptakes, and how this interacts in the environment. And that's a holistic view. That's our view on the project that we are approaching here. So Sasha will give you some more information also in the next presentation. It's very clear that it's a very that it is a complex area. It is a complex situation. So it involves several technical and also non-technical challenges that will have to work on an adaptive management. So to have new investigation being done, and then we can update our conceptual model and test new interventions, and we will have to do that in a further step. Here, some of the recommendations that we have initially for Bahia, but also that work for other regions. Just to mention two of them that would involve more research in the area, because it's clear that we don't have enough data to have concrete solutions and to have a concrete understanding of the problem. So it will be very interesting to have a geochemical background analysis and to map the regional situation, and also to understand, for instance, how the cadmium in the cocoa and works with and without agroforestry. What is the Cabruca making a difference in the cacao concentration in related to cadmium? And the other topics will be presented by my colleague Sasha, and he will be able to explain it. But just to understand, that was there are two phases of the project that we are developing, and of course we expect a continuation of this project will be very important to have next steps and to be able to apply and to evaluate that what we defined based on what we found on the publications, and that we on the local conversation that we have, and propose solutions that can be also combined with related programs related to climate change and, of course, biodiversity that was several mentioned here before. of course, extend the project to other and new areas. In Bahia, we looked at a very specific area. There are other areas in Bahia, but also in other states of Brazil. As you know, in Pará, in the Amazon, is also a very important area that is being used for cocoa production. That would be very interesting to be included on that investigation. Of course, to be able to combine regional and other solutions. Update our conceptual models based on new investigation. That would be also very helpful. And of course, as also mentioned in the opening remarks here, very interesting also to stimulate the knowledge exchange between the institutions. One thing we saw in southern part of Bahia is that the institutions are not that much collaborating yet, but that would be very important to have that. And also I'm very happy to see here this initiative of having all these institutions working together. And of course, to develop guidelines and action plans that can be used not only in Brazil, but also in other regions of cocoa production. So I was really fast. Thank you very much, but just to have time for the other presentations.
Great, Anna. Thank you very much for your overview of Brazil situation. We'll come back to Brazil again after the lunchtime, where we're going to have my colleague from FAO Brazil, Anderson Bonilla. We're going to present the topic of Cabruca project. So if you're still interested on Brazil situation, please stay with us until the lunchtime. I'm going to set up the presentation for the next speaker who is joining us to move on to Trinidad and Tobago situation. So Sasha, please let me know where is your presentation. That's your drive, right?
Yes, yeah. Whoops. So this one here.
This one, yeah. Okay, great. Okay, let me check Q&A if we have any questions and answers. Okay, we're going to come back to questions and answers after this presentation. Colleagues online, if you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the Q&A box and we will come back to them after Sasha's presentation. Actually, I'm going to share the screen. This. Good. Here. Good. Okay, Sasha, we have the screen mode, presentation mode. Please go ahead. 15 minutes.
And to move ahead, I guess, yeah.
I think it's this one.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello, everyone present here and also online. It's a great honor to be now delivering this presentation. I'm Sasha Hart. I'm a hydrogeologist and geochemist. And as mentioned by Professor Path, we agree this is a type of a jigsaw puzzle. So I won't be repeating some of the parts which have been presented by my colleague, Anna, before. I'll be focusing on some of the other parts. And this is already in a phase 2 part of this project. So we had the initial works, like the ones presented by Anna, but we've moved ahead and we've moved into what we could call some activities of a detailed investigation. So skipping forward, once again, it's here on the point number 3 on our project objectives, where we've moved on from the preliminary activities to a more detailed phase. So we're focusing on Trinidad and Tobago. And once again, as mentioned by Anna, we had a focus also very much on learning from the local knowledge. And we are very pleased to hear a lot about the great work that's been done here, mainly by the Cocoa Research Center on the technical side. And here we've learned a bit from these images about the general situation. Once again, the geology is very complex with different types of rocks and also different concentrations for the beans. And I'm highlighting here some regions in red where we have the highest concentrations, maybe very much related to geology, which also reflects to some extent in the soil, but we see other high concentrations in other regions, and they don't match so well what we're seeing beans and soil. On the other hand, when we bring in the pH results, then we have a bit of a stronger correlation between beans and this factor, which wouldn't be a source, it's what we call a control. So soil is understood both as a source, but also as a factor which can control, and mainly by issues because of the pH. But we know there are other factors also involved. And once again, we've learned a lot about the studies based on genetics and other factors, which we'll be talking about in the next slides. For example, also as mentioned earlier, the issue about phosphate fertilizers. Ramtahal sampled different fertilizers which have been used here back in 2012. And we see some very high concentrations, for example, for this triple super phosphate fertilizer. Not so much data about manure, pesticides, other potential sources as well. On the other hand, we see data showing that the use is actually not so intense of any of those compared to other countries, which is a very important part of this factor, because it's not just about concentration, it's also about mass. It's about how much has been used. So we understand this might be more of a point source problem, depending case specific, the conditions, what have been used, more than a widespread issue. On the other hand, Babalal has made a very interesting research project back in 2019, looking into what we could call diffuse source pollution, which is related to dust. And her results are showing very interesting concentrations for cadmium, for example, in rural areas, which are higher than expected and in a very fine matter. So suggesting this is also coming from quite a distance. And the periods when she found the highest concentrations very much overlap with the peak influx of dust from Sahara, which is a well-known system, known to be the largest dust system in the world, exporting billions of tons of eroded minerals and soils to the Caribbean. It's also quite clear that the dust is bringing lots of nutrients, but potentially also contaminants with a higher concentration of cadmium and zinc than initially was expected. But once again, we're talking about low numbers, and it's still research which is ongoing. We would like to see further data to further understand the significance, both of the geogenic, like the dust coming from Sahara, but also anthropogenic factors, dust, which could be also contributing for this diffuse source, and also playing a role as a control, for example, potentially impacting on pH. Moving on, Ramtahal, 2012, made a very, very good project where many results were a part of it. And I highlight here the ones related to zones which were known to be flooded. Here we're seeing all the results, and the region which was mainly flooded is indicated by location number 5. And samples were taken both from sediments, but also from the soils at 2 different depths. And by far the highest concentrations were found at the shallowest depth near the river in location number 5, and suggesting this can be a very important fact as well. more than anything else, recommending that similar studies should be done and moving into a more detailed look into this aspect. We know flooding can be it's an important process in many places in Trinidad. We haven't found much data on the water quality concentrations, unfortunately, which we understood could also be an important part of understanding this aspect of the pollution. On the other hand, a very recent project on innovative approach, which is via looking to the isotopic fractionation, suggesting that the cadmium not only is mainly found in the branches, more in the leaves, but also there's a far more direct transfer with the isotopic signature from the branches to the nibs, that from the leaves to the nibs. Having said that, they both are probably playing a very important role to be also further understood. So I think there's also some level of uncertainty here related to the significance of the flooding areas, but also water, leaves and branches, both of sources and controls. But we're certainly moving in the right direction here. About understanding our visit here and conversations we had. Once again, very pleased to learn from different institutions. Some examples here, but also visiting the farms and speaking to the farmers, understanding about the local knowledge and also challenge. And also the physical condition of the different areas in terms of flooding, in terms of water, in terms of soils, in terms of additives which are being used, and the complexity of the geology and some of the ecological systems. But once again, as mentioned earlier, this is a phase of the project where we're able to move ahead with some activities of what we call a detailed investigation. And we followed the recommendations and understanding mainly about the importance of flooding, but also, once again, surface water and the impacts of seasons and pH and other chemical and physical controls. So we want to further understand what are the cadmium processes involved here. And for that, we had a partnership with the Cocoa Research Center to select the different farms, which were in total four, which have fairly similar conditions. And they're highlighted here in the map. The region is the Eastern Lowlands. And here we have the 4 farms, quite similar locations. Number, you probably can't see, sorry, but number 1 and 2, maybe located a bit nearer the sea, maybe a bit of lower level. Number 4, a bit more information about the use of some fertilizers. But in general terms, we're talking about farms where high concentrations of cadmium were found for compose and average values, which are highlighted here. Farm number 3, maybe a bit lower. And we moved ahead with a sampling plan based on those different objectives mentioned before, where we sampled water, soil from the flooded areas and non-flooded areas, and also sediments from the streams, more than rivers, quite a small scale. As you can see here, the streams and some sampling activities. And on the photo on the top left, you can see the cocoa plants. And I highlight also how you can see the river, the streams, the water in the streams are presenting different colors and possibly very high turbidity. So quite a lot of probably organic matter also be taken by this water system. Now looking at some of the main results here, we had analysis for many different parameters, and I'll highlight just some of them. First is cadmium, and we're using the DTPA type of analysis, which is a result which helps to suggest more which are what part of the cadmium is more bioavailable. And as you can see here, as a general interpretation, we're seeing far higher cadmium concentrations at the shallow depths and also near the streams. Here, the way we're presenting the result is on the left side of each figure for the 4 different farms. We're seeing the sediments concentrations and then samples taken a distance from 0, just beside the stream, 5 meters and 10 meters, and the UN concentration on the far right side is from an unflooded area, which could be 10 meters, 50 meters, or up to almost 100 meters away from the other samples points. And we have that bar, the blue bar in between, to separate the flooded area from the non-flooded areas. So once again, we see far higher concentrations near the flooded areas. And I forgot to mention, sorry, the blue bars are from the shallow depth and the orange bars are from a deeper depth, 20 centimeters or 80 centimeters. And I also bring here the results for water, which are for 4 different farms here, separated by the 4 different colors. Farm 1 on the far left in dark blue, and you can see far higher concentrations for farm 3 and 4 in green. Having said that, talk about concentrations. The concentrations we found both in soil and water, in general terms, we could say are actually quite low compared, for example, to intervention values from different countries. Unfortunately, we don't have them in Trinidad, which could be more representative of the local conditions. But for example, compared to CETESB, we have here the results, and we're seeing that even the highest values we found for water and for soil are below the intervention values. Now moving on, once again highlighting the importance of pH. We're seeing here for the 4 different farms, far higher pH at shallow depth near the streams. So we're talking about the blue bars, not the orange bars. Maybe exception is farm number 4 on the right side there, where we have higher levels in the unflooded zone. And that might be because it, once again, is a farm where there's been more intensive use of fertilizers. And on the far left side, we've also brought in the water concentrations, which in general terms are quite similar to what has been found both in sediments and soil, suggesting it's also a very good indicator, monitoring point, maybe less complex than taking samples from the soils throughout the farms, or even from the cocoa, maybe samples directly from the streams and water systems, which can be done more easily, would be a very good indicator also of the general pH conditions. And the third and last, sorry?
1 minute.
Okay. So the third and last parameter I'm bringing here is organic matter, which we saw very interesting results. We're seeing far higher organic matter concentration, shallow depths, and also in general terms near the stream, except maybe for the unflooded zone and farm number 3. Furthermore, I would like to highlight here the importance of correlating these different parameters. For example, pH and cadmium, we're seeing a very strong correlation as expected, as discussed previously, but also very much for organic matter, even a higher correlation. So where we have higher concentrations of organic matter, we're seeing higher concentrations of cadmium. But please understand, this is in the soil. It doesn't mean that you're going to see it in the water or in the cocoa. It's probably the opposite, actually. Where we're having cadmium being fixed in the soil, it's potentially less available for it to go both for the water or for the plant. And we're also seeing a very interesting correlation, direct correlation between organic matter and pH, which was actually a bit unexpected. This is for the shallow levels. and where we're expecting maybe the organic matter would be producing humic acids and other factors which could be actually lowering the pH. We're actually seeing the opposite. And it's a result which we're still trying to further understand. It might be because of the buffering capacity of the soil. It might be because of the redox or the anaerobic conditions at that specific depth. This could be very important. And we're only presenting here the results of the first campaign. We still have the second campaign to come through in less humid conditions, but we already can interpret here that the results are highlighting the importance of understanding the impact of flooding, of the quality of the surface water, the soil depth, pH, and once again, organic matter, really important factor. And once again, we're backing up our interpretations with a literature review on local publications, but also international publications, which, for example, are indicating that organic matter is the most important sorbent at low pH levels. Furthermore, once again, indicating that it is expected this correlation between cadmium in cadmium levels in the cocoa tissues related to what is found in terms of organic matter. So it's a very interesting result, suggesting that managing organic matter might be a very important part of the solution. Here's the conceptual model for this region, which is already on version 2. We had version 1 based on a preliminary investigation. Now, based on version 2, we have a better understanding of the type of exposure. Once again, we further understand now the concentrations, for example, in water, but also in soils. So less exposure from what we understand maybe would be, for example, to farmers and other parts of the fauna. Cocoa, on the other hand, is a plant which we know can bioaccumulate far more cadmium than other plants. So it's certainly the key receptor here. On the left side, we're seeing the sources. Fertilizers certainly has the potential to be a source, but probably less important because of the amount of mass that's being used. But on the other hand, rocks and the soil and the water are very important here. And by last, on the right side, we also have the human receptor, the consumers, which once again, we're talking about the exposure, not necessarily risk, but the cadmium can certainly go through all these different pathways, which are indicated by these arrows. So I won't be repeating the conclusions which my colleague has already presented, just highlighting once again that this is a very complex issue, both because of technical and non-technical challenges. And in terms of recommendations, we have some different recommendations to some extent to what has been put forward by my colleague previously. But we have, once again, for research, a recommendation for research to move ahead, for policy, for the farmers on a farm level, and also for all together, mainly to work together. I just highlight here the recommendations, once again, related to applying amendments, for example, organic matter, and also managing organic matter, as to which are more specific maybe here based on our results. So due to time-wise issues, I'll finish here. Once again, not repeating the recommendations which my colleague already put forward, but just highlighting that we're still waiting for the results of the second campaign to complete the interpretation. So many thanks for your attention.
Here, perhaps we're going to have some questions. Thank you very much, Sasha, for the presentation. So just to be clear, the risks of flooding can increase the concentration of cadmium in the soil. Is that the conclusion, or at least the hypothesis that we tell the audience today, right?
So yes, but also just adding into this equation, remembering that the flooding zones are zones where we're seeing high concentration of organic matter. And the organic matter has this incredible capacity of holding the cadmium in the soil. So I just want to highlight the difference between finding cadmium in the soil and potentially of what we're finding in the cocoa. We haven't sampled the cocoa here in these locations. It's one of the recommendations, but what the literature is showing is that maybe actually we will find lower concentrations in the cocoa in these regions. So organic matter will be positive, will be something we would welcome to see, because it will be holding the cadmium and keeping it there.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the audience here in the room? It's your country, so it's quite interesting what's happening in the country. We're going to come back to Trinidad case once again, maybe twice per day after the lunch, where Professor Pat and Gaius will present some risk reduction strategies, including genetics and soil amendments. But any questions regarding to the research that you saw, what's happening in Trinidad? In fact, we never touched Tobago, actually, which will be also quite interesting to understand. Anyone from Tobago in this room? Yeah. Yes? Do you have something to share with us? No, okay. Okay, I'm sure we'll come back next year with our findings from Tobago. Thank you. Okay, let's come back to the Q&A session. Perhaps there's some questions from the chat, Sasha. I can't see it from here, but I do have some questions. Participants online, if you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the Q&A or just raise your hand and I will unmute you. No, it's the Q&A, it's this one, this box. It's the webinar, not meeting. So what do we have there? Last question can be relevant, isn't it? Can you read it loud for, especially for online participants?
No, what's right?
Can you read what's written there?
Sure.
For online participants.
Fine. So we have one question here. Sorry if I'm not got the right accent here. From Askar Khan. And the question is there any uniform allowable limits of heavy metals in soil existing? That's a very important question. We need to be able to compare our results afterwards to limits and to reference numbers or thresholds. I understand there are very good thresholds and limits which have been set up in different countries. And ideally, they should be, once again, set up locally more than using for different, from international point of view. But we can certainly use them as reference, as I did here during the presentation, using thresholds which were set up for Brazilian conditions and comparing to the results we have here. But I think it is also a recommendation both for Trinidad and Tobago, but also for other countries where there aren't limits to work on that type of research, which I'll be talking more about actually tomorrow, while explaining how this process can be done.
Yeah, to our knowledge, I don't think we have any threshold levels of heavy metals in this country existing in Trinidad and Tobago, unless we're not aware. But, you know, from my conversation from the Ministry of Agriculture, there's nothing available, unfortunately. Something that we can actually, FAO can support the country if there's a request for that. I'm pretty sure, I think the same question will be asked to other countries, Ecuador, Venezuela, Colombia, about your threshold levels. So if you have them, or if you don't, please mention in your presentation. I think this is a very important question to understand.
Two more.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. So Weni Hajumar asks if there's any consideration of cadmium from Sahara dust as a possible source. Once again, we've seen, I think, some very interesting results already, but still maybe more research is needed to further understand. We're talking about, once again, fairly low concentrations, but the amount of mass involved in this dust system might actually bring this as high importance as was the conclusion by Bobolal. I would like to see more research done, I think, to be able to feel more comfortable about nailing it as, for example, as a source. But it is a very important system for sure. And then moving on, Francis Ogwan. What is the specific interest for cadmium in your study and not other heavy metals? Well, as mentioned previously, there are limits already set up for cadmium, and it's been the case that some cocoa productions throughout different places of the world have shown concentrations above those limits. So we have a very important issue here to further understand and be able to move ahead to deal with this, which is coming from obviously not only a commercial issue, but also a health issue. These limits are set up to protect receptors. I just want to highlight also that it's a very conservative approach. We're talking about very conservative thresholds, which are done for the most sensitive receptors. So typically kids, pregnant women, old people, which are having a very, very high consumption of cocoa, for example. It could have been the case for other metals, but we're seeing less exceedance in concentrations. But lead and some other metals certainly also can be very important here, and we're also part of the phase 1 that was presented by Anna, but maybe more on a case-specific situation.
Yeah, I just want to add from my side that question always was asked, why cadmium? Well, the reason is because cadmium is a huge concern indeed, and that's what we found the most in cocoa, and because of the regulations, especially in the European Union, which were established, I think, from 2018, the maximum threshold value of cadmium, specifically in chocolate products, 0.8 milligrams per kilo. That's what really triggered many countries to investigate specifically cadmium and not others. But again, I heard that nickel will be next one on the EU regulations later this year. So I think we're just the beginning investigating other metals, including cadmium, nickel. I think lead, we will hear a lot about lead as well from other presentations, but lead sources are coming from different practices. So we start with cadmium, but we know that, and we admit that it's not the issue of only cadmium. We also have to investigate other metals as well. So, and I think the industries will pay more attention to other metals in the near future, very, very soon. Any other questions?
Yes, more coming through. Yes.
I'm dying for chocolate, so let's take one more question. One more question will disappear for the break, and I'll come back for that one. So, Sasha, if you're in the computer, take one. And but please, all participants, feel free to ask those questions. If we're not going to answer them now, I promise you we're going to type the answers later throughout the day.
Fine. Well, very interesting questions coming through. Many thanks. And as mentioned, we'll try to reach out to answer all of them. Some questions about costs. And there's one actually from an anonymous attendee in Spanish, but I think it's a very interesting question. And it's the first one here of this list. I'll read in Spanish and then try to translate a bit.
Okay.
Buen día. Consultarle los niveles de cadmio que se encuentran en la materia orgánica del suelo no se debe a que la materia orgánica del suelo proviene de la hojarasca que proviene del árbol. Del cacao, porque lo tanto se poderia dizer que existe uma contaminação circular. Many thanks for the question and also for the translation. And I think this is a very valid hypothesis based on the results we're seeing. which is the contamination. The plant is actually playing a major role here by bringing out the cadmium from the soil and from the water and bioaccumulating it, so increasing the concentrations. And then it goes both to the leaves, but also want to highlight once again the importance of the branches, which the isotopic study I mentioned earlier is suggesting actually has a high importance, which stays in the ground or can be carried when there's, for example, flooding events. So certainly it's something we really have to take into consideration. It's a very different situation than, for example, other pollution and contamination conceptual models we've seen out in other places.
Okay, thank you very much for all those questions. Now we will disappear for a quick but very sweet coffee break for 20 minutes. I do apologize. I have to reduce for the time's sake as I have to vacate this room sharp as asked. So we'll have 20 minutes break and we will come back online at 11:20 Caribbean time.
Participants have put on their cameras, please. My hope is communication with
Yes, all panelists, please put your cameras on for 2 minutes. And yes, dear participants, there's 130 of you. Please join us in 20 minutes where we're gonna talk about national projects in different countries. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I see Carlos, you have a hand on, please. We're gonna come back to your question in 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ik doe als een videoconferentie.
Oh, Entschuldigung. Hallo? Sergius? Ja, ich bin hier schon drin. Hast du was gehört eben?
Mhm.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Sergius? Moin.
No, this is Cosimo, actually.
Okay. Someone said I should switch on the microphone, so I did it.
Okay, so it works. And you will share the presentation, or we have a...
No, I'm just
There's
listening.
Okay, but there's a feature here to share the presentation, I guess. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's not me.
All right, thank you.
I switch off.
Sure.
Wie geht denn das jetzt? Shift up. Ah.
O que vocês estão plantando? Aqui, vamos canal sem bagunça. Cadê a marmita? Chegou? Uau. Vou passar.
Era las 12, no me acuerdo que eran puesto que sí, que idea de ¿Dónde iba a ser, arriba?
En la sala de docentes.
Ya.
Ya, está limpio. A ver, aquí tengo datos, lugares.
Gente, vamos juntar esses cadernos aqui. Quem espalhou isso aqui? Jamie. José, vem arrumar aqui o quarto, ó. José, não estraga o caderno. José, vem aqui arrumar o quarto para essa sacola aqui, ó.
En India hicieron un análisis de 8 químicos. Y aquí están sus datos. Tienen desde pH, temperatura y son datos relacionados a alimentos. El problema es que en el estudio no presentan de las concentraciones halladas en sedimentos, sino lo que hacen es directamente presentar una tabla en la que ya le aplicaron índices, los índices de contaminación que los van comparando y ahí explican en ese estudio que, por ejemplo, para tener un índice de contaminación respecto a los datos que se tienen, se tiene que comparar, o sea, la ecuación del índice debe incluir limpio, destino, que no tenga contaminación, que sea como el indicador de esa ecuación, ¿no? El indicador base de esa ecuación. El problema está en que dicen, si no se tiene un lugar limpio sin concentraciones, se debería tomar un límite de permisible. Por ejemplo, en aguas, si no se tiene un agua limpia, bueno, tomaremos el límite permisible que dice la norma. Ya, con el límite permisible de la norma se aplica para el resto.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to start now. Andrea, por favor, vamos a empezar ahora.
So I sent you the email.
Okay.
With the latest version. Sorry about that.
No, don't worry. It's okay.
I was just trying to add more details on things.
Okay, colleagues. We still have, online participants. I hope you can hear us well. Perfect. Okay, so now we're going to start with session 2, which is all about presenting national project addressing pollution in cocoa and chocolate from different countries. Now, this session had a slight adjustment. So you can see here the first presentation that's supposed to be this afternoon has to be shifted to right now because our presenter, Gideon Ramtahal from University of West Indies, cannot join us after 2 p.m. Therefore, I was asked to have this presentation now, which will be focusing on expert investigation related to cocoa and chocolate products. after what we will have presentations coming up from Ecuador, from Colombia, Venezuela, Jamaica, and again, Trinidad and Tobago. But first, let's talk about the expert investigation that will be presented now by our colleague from the University of West Indies, Gideon. Thank you for joining us. Yes, so this is the page you have.
Make it full screen.
This is more for online participants because we have 110 participants.
Right.
Especially.
Are you sharing it?
Yes, I do. Okay. Online participants, please make sure that your microphones are muted. And if you have any questions, again, please feel free to raise your hand or put it in the Q&A or chat box. And we will come back to you after the presentation by Gideon. So Gideon, you are pinned now, so everyone online sees you.
Can I minimize?
Yes, you can. Okay. Gideon, please remember about the speed because we have Spanish interpreters working simultaneously. So 15 minutes, the floor is yours.
Sure thing. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, those who are online. This morning, I'm here to do a presentation on an expert investigation related to cocoa and chocolate products, specifically looking at lead and cadmium contaminants. So before I get into this actual presentation, I'm going to give you a brief history about what this project was all about. So there's a nonprofit organization called As You Sow from California. That's, of course, within the United States. And they have a court case ongoing with some chocolate companies. And this would have arisen due to Proposition 65, which is a regulation that exists in California, geared towards ensuring that businesses can meet the required safety levels for contaminants that can put consumers at risk. So in essence, if you do have contaminants that can put you at risk, this particular regulation is going to ask you to put a warning label on your product, right? So this is specific to California. In terms of what this nonprofit organization would have done, they would have screened different chocolate products between 2014 and 2017 and would have discovered that there were some levels of cadmium and lead in these products that were of concern. So essentially, before they could have gone the route of a litigation, but before they went that route, they came to agreement to do a consent judgment, which is basically where the chocolate companies can do the necessary research to ensure that they can minimize the contamination before any legal proceedings. So as part of this particular project, there were 4 main experts, including myself, of different disciplines related to the study of chocolate quality, specifically for lead, and myself with cadmium. And on the screen right now is where you're seeing the maximum allowable dose levels that, or the Prop 65 levels that exist within California. And, you know, they would have also put together some warning limits so that if, in fact, in the future, you know, based on the information derived from the project, these limits would be enforced. So just a quick overview of what I'm going to go through for the rest of the presentation. I'm going to be discussing the root cause, which was, you know, one of the main areas we were tasked at first for this particular project. Then we had to go into the reductions and recommendations and look at the warning triggers to see if the levels that are found within chocolates and cocoa products can actually meet them. Right, just a reiteration of what we call the maximum allowable dose levels. They are 4.1 microgram per day, but you also have specific warning limits that were discussed for different categories of chocolate products. So you can see one at up to 65%, you have between 65 to 95%, and then you also have 95% cocoa content or cacao content. And you're seeing 3 different levels. So these will be proposed levels and what we believe can be achieved feasibly. So let's start with cadmium. So based on our research, we would have screened the literature, and based on our own expertise, we looked at what were some of the possible causes for cadmium in cocoa or chocolate. And as you all may have heard already, there are different points of contamination that may occur during the cocoa supply chain. So first you have the pre-harvest, you have the harvest, post-harvest, and the manufacturing environment. In terms of cadmium in contamination or the levels that exist within cocoa beans and chocolates, it occurs primarily during pre-harvest, meaning that it occurs in the field, right? Where the cadmium is localized in the soil of the cocoa plantation. And based on the different conditions, you can have eventual uptake into the beans. Now, even though there is cadmium in your soil, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have cadmium in your beans. But it is one of the main factors that need to exist. Right? And
A ver. Sí, te escucho.
Okay. Right. I think I was saying that there needs to be certain conditions for cadmium to be taken up into the cocoa beans. So even though it's in the soil, you have different physical and chemical properties that enhance cadmium uptake, including pH, you have organic matter, trace elements that exist in the soil that may be deficient. You have other textural characteristics, right? So, and even genetic differences. So in terms of finding out or confirming what is the actual factor contributing to cadmium uptake into cocoa beans, it's going to be farm specific. So there isn't a one-fix-all approach to this cadmium issue. You have to really go into the farm and determine what is the main factor that is enhancing cadmium uptake in that specific farm. Because we've seen it throughout Trinidad and Tobago when we did our investigation that, one factor may be organic matter that is deficient, or maybe it's a trace elemental issue that is deficient, or even pH, right? So having gone through the different factors that contribute to cadmium uptake, we also would have screened the literature. We would have conducted further investigations. We took information from Ecuador. We would have visited Ecuador and looked at what were some of the feasible strategies based on the factors that contribute to cadmium uptake in cocoa beans. How did we come up with the feasible strategies? We would have developed what we call a ranking system using quantitative and qualitative analysis. So for each of these 30 strategies that we would have examined, we would have ranked them based on our literature review and our own expertise, and based them in terms of which is the most feasible. So the color in green on your screen, which receive high confidence scores. You also have medium confidence scores, which of course is a little less in terms of what we think should be recommended to deal with the cadmium issue. And you also have the low confidence scores. They were also split up into 3 main categories, where in terms of actually dealing with the cadmium issue, we have better agricultural practices, meaning you can make changes within the field to help you reduce cadmium uptake, or is it a better manufacturing practice that needs to be implemented, or a better business practice? So in terms of the most feasible recommendations, which you can see on the screen right now, these are just some of the agricultural practices that we would have recommended. So of course, some of them are extreme and may not be feasible for farmers, including stop purchasing beans, because of course it will affect their livelihood. But I mean, it would be one of the most perfect ways to minimize cadmium in the actual chain, right? So you have farmers to start planting new orchards in any particular area where, you know, there's high cadmium availability, using the soil amendments as I would have conducted, and other colleagues within the Latin American and Caribbean region research in this area, showing that it's quite feasible to reduce using soil amendments. You have zinc sulfate, you also have grafts that we are currently investigating. By grafts, I mean a genetic approach to dealing with the issue. And just to give a brief, because I don't want to get into it, because it would be a lot. There is a genetic variation that exists in cocoa, which could eventually help us to mitigate, you know, any further uptake. But Professor Pat O'Maharan will discuss that later on. And as you can see, there are some other genetic strategies listed here. In terms of a manufacturing practice, I think this one has been practiced for years, not only in cocoa beans, but it's one of the best ways to reduce the levels of cadmium if you combine it with lower levels that exist around whatever area or within the country. One particular area that this may not work for, the blending, is of course if you have those flavor chocolates, right? So if you have a niche market, you know, this particular area is known for raisin, banana. You're not going to be mixing that with any random chocolate. You would lose the characteristics. So yes, it would work for bulk, right? But not for niche. And then you have business practices, certainly by educating the farmers and enabling them with the necessary tools to help minimize cadmium uptake. So that's cadmium. Let's move on to lead. So for lead, there is also a maximum allowable dose level that Prop 65 within California. And similarly, they would have initiated different warning limits. And we had to go through the information that exists and see whether or not the chocolate samples or the cocoa samples could actually meet these limits comfortably. So certainly we had to look at it again from in terms of what is causing the lead issue in cocoa, right? So what is the main areas that could potentially you know, increase the level of contamination for lead? So we examined the cocoa supply chain again in terms of a pre-harvest, we looked at harvest, we looked at post-harvest, and the manufacturing environment. What we would have discovered in terms of lead contamination, it's not at the pre-harvest level, it's not at the harvest level, but at the post-harvest level, meaning that lead isn't being taken up by the cocoa tree from the soil. It is more of a post-harvest issue, meaning how farmers would deal with the beans themselves. Is it exposed to any dust or any, you know, soil contamination that may exist? And also within the manufacturing environment, as I will discuss later on. So let's talk post-harvest. So lead contamination can occur, you know, when you crack open a cocoa pod, you have wet beans. And certainly during the transportation of beans, depending on where you put it, dust or soil can get on these beans, which may have lead in it. You have fermentation as well, depending on the environment. You have drying, right? Similarly, again, in the environment and transportation of the dried cocoa beans. But areas that we would have determined where most of the lead contamination was taking place is the transportation, fermentation, and drying of the cocoa beans. And these are just some images to show, you know, what may potentially contribute to lead contamination. Another area that can create additional lead contamination is where you actually process the cocoa beans. So just imagine you carried beans from a particular country and you're now about to process it for, you know, to make it into chocolate. Now the process goes through a mechanization, right? Where you have to remove the shells of the bean. So you all are familiar with the cocoa bean. There's the cotyledon, and you also have the tester, right? So when the bean is going through this process, you have to deshell. But when you are deshelling, you are also enabling the removal of dust that exists all around the beans. So some of these contaminants are dislodged, and thus this gets onto the nib. which is primarily what is used to make chocolate. So in the manufacturing process, you are now introducing contamination of the main source that is utilized to make chocolate, which is the nib, right? Because you're breaking the bean, the shell, the dust. So we would have conducted an experiment with a number of factories within the United States and would have determined that during the bean cleaning process and the winnowing process, it dislodges a lot of lead. So looking at all of the different strategies again, we would have ranked them quantitatively and qualitatively and determined that, you know, some of the most feasible strategies for lead would to, for example, under the agricultural practices, prevent contamination of the wet cocoa beans during the transportation, fermentation, and drying phases. You also have business practices where we can incorporate these better agricultural practices for farmers and provide them with the necessary education to ensure that their beans may not be at risk for contamination depending on the location they would place them. And you also have under the manufacturing process, how can we optimize the bean and shell cleaning process so we can minimize the contamination of lead on the nibs, which would eventually become our chocolates. And that's it for cadmium and lead. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for being on time and appreciate it. What a great talk. Any reflections from the room about the presentation? Any thoughts or specific questions, both in the room or participants online? Please feel free to raise your hand. Yes, we have you. We have microphone working so that because if the person is going to speak here,
I think I could show my voice a lot.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I'm setting that up. I know the concern is about the heavy metal pollution in the cocoa. How does it affect the human body? If you can answer that, please.
Yeah. So the question is again, how does
the heavy metals?
How does heavy metals affect
the human?
The humans, okay.
All right, so it is dependent on the actual metal. So for cadmium, it can affect your kidneys, it's your neurological functions. It can also, depending on the level that you may consume, can give you brittle bone disease, but which is where your bones become feasible and may, of course, break apart. So there are a number, it's also known as a carcinogen. And for lead, it's quite similar. As you may be familiar with some of the lead, toxicities that may exist. Again, brain damage and a number of stuff. Yeah.
And just one follow-up question, you will come in. Have there been any instances recently that would have affected anybody so far?
No. So within the cocoa and chocolate field, to my knowledge, I have to say, I haven't really seen any documented cases where you consume chocolate and you affected. However, we have to what was one of the biggest bargaining tools for conducting this research is because a lot of kids consume candies and chocolates, and they may be more, at risk in terms of long-term accumulation within their bodies. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. One more question from the room I will see. Yes.
Yes, so I just wanted to get some clarification. You had limit that was set by the California board. It was based on full day. So I want to know how that would work, but to know how much chocolate one have to consume to reach that limit. So on the food package, you will have like, serving size or something like that.
So this was
Gideon, can you repeat that question for the interpreters because they can't hear it?
Okay, so the question that was being asked is, so the limits that were shown for the Proposition 65 was specific to daily allowable intake, right? So it's micrograms per day. And how does that translate into the actual limits that are proposed? So this particular limit is for foods in general, right? It's not specific to cocoa, but it's been applied to cocoa and chocolate products. And they would have assessed based on what they believe the amount of chocolate kids would eat or adults, because it would be different, because some adults would eat more dark chocolate. So there are different categories, and thus these limits were created based on what they proposed in terms of consumption.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes.
Oh my God, we have so many questions. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. That would translate to how much, what kind of serving size?
I can't give it offhand. I would have to get back to you on that. Sure thing.
Hi, Gideon, is there any studies done in the Caribbean and more specifically for Trinidad and Tobago in terms of lead contamination in our cocoa farms?
All right. So what has been asked is, have any studies been done on lead contamination in our cocoa farms? So when I did my research, I would have looked at lead, but back then I used a flame atomic absorption spectrometer. So my limits, for those who don't know, that's an equipment that analyzes for metals. My limits were quite, the detection limit was quite high. So, but I did not see it as an issue back then. And even based on the most recent research that we would have done, I have not seen it prevalent within our cocoa beans within Trinidad and Tobago and the rest of the region. And I believe this is because our practices in terms of how we process our beans is a lot more hygienic, if to put it that way.
Any questions from the room? No questions? We have hands online, so maybe we should go online now. Okay, can see them? Can you help me?
Yes, sure. Yeah. I think it's Dr. Johnson, you have a question? You could unmute.
Yes, I do. First to begin, I want to say congratulations to you, Gideon, on the presentation. Good morning to the colleagues in FAO, and congratulations on this webinar. It's very interesting to have all of the information, packaged and shown. So congratulations to the CRC, my good friend and colleague, Pat, and to our team at the ministry, Ian, and the rest of the cocoa research team. I just wanted Gideon to add to that your comments on the effects of the on humans of these heavy metals. I think too often, they are sort of overlooked. The reason why everybody's concerned about these heavy metals, and this is, remember, cocoa is not the only thing that we eat, and chocolate is not the only thing that we eat that actually contain heavy metals, right? We're talking about flour, rice, potatoes, spinach, peanuts, you name it, it's in a lot of different crops. So we have to be concerned because unfortunately, these heavy metals don't simply get in and leave our systems. They accumulate in the same way they accumulate in the cocoa tree. And the literature is saying that, for cadmium, it's anywhere between 6 and 38 years that, you can have cadmium in your system. So could you imagine a chocolate bar that you ate as a kid, you're still just now reducing the amount of potential cadmium contamination by just half. All right, so think about all the years in between that you've been eating and everything else you've been eating with that. And it's the same thing for lead. Lead accumulates in the bone and can stay for up to 30 years. So we have, I think everybody knows of the chronic cancer problem we have in our region. And, since we are not, we are unable to pin down what some of those, what are some of the causes, yes, you have genetics and environment involved, but obviously what you put in your body as well is important. So that's why there is so much attention on these heavy metals and regulations, and why we should pay attention and not just say, oh, this is just another thing to worry about. So I hope that helps. But congratulations again, Gideon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for comments. Gideon, can you check if we have any new questions in the Q&A box so we can perhaps address? Let's see from here. Any questions? The last one?
So the last question, I think, is from Adelia. And she is asking.
Lo tengo que desechar en el caño y botar siempre.
Ya, así se hace todo.
Yeah.
Yes, and she's asking about, I believe, the root cause and what evidence supported this conclusion. It's based on a survey of the literature and, of course, from our expertise. So each expert involved in the project, we would have gone through the literature, did a thorough literature review, and certainly used the information that we would have also gained from our own research to come up with a conclusion for the root cause.
Okay, thank you. That's it. We can't take any questions from now on. Let's move on to the next presentation. Thank you, Gideon, once again. Appreciate it. Sorry? Yeah, let's continue like this. Okay, next presentation will be jumping to Ecuador. So we're going to start now in a second with the question from Ecuador. Let me check. Where is Ecuador? Again, I just remind all participants online to please keep your microphones muted to not disturb interpreters, as we have them online simultaneously interpreting into Spanish. Okay.
So we have to be seated there the whole time, or?
Yes, because of the microphone in my computer.
Nice.
Yes, and you have the screen here. And yeah, because we have 120 participants paying attention to what we say, so it's very important to keep them active.
I'm not used to speak and be sad, so that's going to be challenging.
Okay, we have a speaker now from ESPOL, Ecuador, Eduardo, joining us to give us the presentation about the situation in Ecuador. Eduard, 15 minutes. Please go ahead. We're looking forward.
All right, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon for the people in Europe. And well, try to be as fast and as I can. Well, Ecuador is, cacao sector is growing quite rapidly in the last 10 years. We've grown both in total area planted with cacao and the production as well. So in this 2024, we probably will finish exporting 480,000 tons of cacao and producing about 490,000 tons. Roughly 30% of the cacao produced in Ecuador is exported to Europe. The other 30% is exported to Indonesia, and the rest to the US and other secondary markets. So in general, just how we started with cadmium research, I did my PhD from 2012 to 2015, and I did my research on cadmium at the time. I worked on the soil and water science department at the University of Florida, and I remember clearly asking people from the industry, what can we do from the soil's perspective? 2012, they said cadmium, and the regulations was approved in published in 2014. So it was 2 years before the regulation, and it was implemented in 2019. So, I mean, it was a good timing to do some research, very small, very localized. Then we started in 2017 with a national project funded by VLIR, and I collaborated and still do with my colleague from the KU Leuven. And then we did regional studies funded by Fontauro, which is a Latin American funding agency, and later with European Union with the so-called Clima Loca and STDF projects, both regional projects. So I'll start with what is going on in Ecuador. With the first project, the national one, we developed this national map of cadmium in the beans. Won't go to details, but we found that there were 5 hotspots of cadmium contamination in cocoa beans. This is beans, not soils. So one in the northern part of the country. I have to say that in the west part of the country is a Pacific Ocean, so both locations are close to the beach, to the ocean. The southern part also very high, and the northern Amazon and the southern Amazon, less cacao is produced in the Amazon, but still quite high cadmium in those areas. And now we are finishing the second map, which is an upgrade of the first one. We collected 400 more samples. So the first map was constructed with close to 600 samples. Now we have 400 more samples, so we'll have a data set of 1,000 sampling points. In the blue dots are the points that were collected in 2017 or analyzed 2017, and then in the red dots is 2022 points. And you can see we try not to sample in the same area because this is what we call the gap filling map. Is funded primarily by the European Union. CIAT is conducting or leading this project, and STDF a little bit as well. In general, here's a data table with a comparison between the two studies. And there is not really much difference in general, but yeah, we'll fine-tune the map. We'll use more powerful geostatistical tools to predict cadmium levels in some areas, so we will have a fine-tuned map. So what we need to understand, I think briefly, Gideon and the people, Sasha also mentioned that, that we have to understand mass balance in a cocoa system. And then we have to understand that soil, in terms of concentration, is probably the less concentrated matrix. And then you have the leaves, which is much higher. And then we have the beans. But mass-based, the soil has much more mass than the leaves and way much more mass than the beans, because we produce about 400 and 500 kg of beans per year. But we have 2,000 kilograms in the first 20 centimeters of the soil. And then if the plant goes all the way down to 1 meter, then you have way more soil to explore, and then we're more cadmium for the plant to take up. Then, so we have 4 to 1, roughly 1.6 to 1 ratio between leaf and soil, bean to leaf, bean to soil. Is it shared?
1 second. Second. No, it will be
all right.
Switch then.
All right.
Yeah.
The technical details. So you have these ratios between leaf and soil, bean to soil, which are later will be important. And then you also have to understand the variation. So what we call the coefficient of variation within a field is about 40% in average, but it can be as high as 120% in a single farm. So you will have one area. I was talking to Sasha before that we have one area in one big farm, 100 hectare, 7 milligrams per kilogram, and then another area of average 0.4. So it's a huge variation. All right, I have to move this a little bit. All right, so I won't go to details, but this is an exercise that my colleague Eric Smulders from KU Leuven did a long time ago with our data. And we model, or he modeled, what affects cadmium in the bean. And basically, of course, total cadmium in the soil will be a factor. But then there are two factors, that soil properties that contribute to cadmium, plant available cadmium, or uptake of cadmium in the bean, which is soil pH and organic matter. So soil pH, playing with the numbers. So if we increase 1 unit of soil pH, we will decrease 50% of cadmium in the bean. And if we double organic matter in the soil, we will decrease about 50% of cadmium in the beans. So that was our hypothesis. So with that, we implemented 12, well, at some point we have 17, but at the end, we are currently monitoring 12 demonstrative farms across the country. And we use a map to decide where are we going to put the farms. So all the farms are located in hotspot with cadmium concentration in the bean above 1 milligram per kilogram. And we use pH as a draw line for the treatment. So in acid soil pH, we test lime, we also test gypsum, we also test compost, and in biochar. And in neutral to alkaline soils, we test different organic matter sources, mainly compost and micronutrients. So first, limestone. I think everybody expects the limestone to work. Oh, and these 12 farms, of course, are ongoing plantations. So we cannot play around with the soil too much because they are already producing cacao between 12 to 40 years farms. So as you may see, this is one farm where we apply lime. From 6 months, the X is a month after application, and this is a soil pH, and you can see lime clearly increase soil pH, and we apply lime for up to 24 months every 6 months. So we apply 4 times, but the effect is long-lasting. So we increase dramatically the pH from 5.9 to 7.5 up to 46 months. And here, down here, the red dotted line is a control for you to see the following slides. Here is what happens in the bean on that farm. So bean cadmium, as you can see, is very complex and it varies a lot. So it fluctuates. So there is something here, it's a plant factor that we are not taking into account, probably the phenology of the crop, production, branching, pruning, we don't know. But in general, we can say, again, this red dotted line here is a control, and this down here, the black dotted line is the fertilizer application. We had a treatment with fertilizer application, and here in the bottom also lime. This is probably the farm that we've observed. These results are published by Arguello in 2023. This is probably the farm where we have observed the most promising results. So after almost 2 years of evaluation, 22 months, this is leaf cadmium. We see that in limed trees, there is a decrease in cadmium in the leaves as compared to control, which is down here. And in the same farm, we continue the evaluation in the beans. We also have data in the beans, but this is 22 months after application, so following up Arguello's study. And we see clearly a trend to decrease bean cadmium in lime trees. In fact, we have a 3-to-1 difference between control and lime trees. And then we have a little bit of a spike after 44 months. So meaning that probably here we may have to reapply lime to maintain soil pH and to maintain low cadmium. Unfortunately, we lost this farm after 52 months of evaluation. This is the first farm that we implemented cadmium mitigation strategies in Ecuador because security reasons. And yeah, I won't go to details. But what happens, and this is something that we did also with Arguello, and up to lime changes the soil pH very quickly, but it only changes in the first 30 centimeters. And this is a cacao root. You can tell this guy is short, but not as short as 30 centimeters. So it's probably cadmium, plant will take up cadmium around here as well. So yeah, it will work, but only will work on ongoing plantations in a very shallow depth. And we did a study. I won't go to details. It's a pulse and chase study. Well, not pulse and chase, but tracking study on lime plus isotopes on greenhouse. So we wanted to understand whether the plant will take up cadmium from the top or the deeper horizon, and if that take up is affected by lime in the soil. In general, lime will decrease cadmium concentration in the plant by half if you lime both compartments. So if you lime the whole pot, half of the cadmium won't be in the plant. But if you only lime the top, then you only decrease 30%. But also, where does the cadmium come from changes. So if you lime the whole pot, then most of the cadmium will come from the top. But if you only lime the top, then cadmium comes from the bottom. So the plant, and well, this is a long story, but we discussed that probably plant is sensing that when you lime, you also decrease zinc and manganese bioavailability. And then the plant is looking for those elements, and cadmium is just taking advantage of that need. What happened with organic matter? So again, I wanted to show you if we apply organic matter, we want to increase organic carbon. So these are 2 farms where we apply organic matter, compost at two doses. So when we measure soil organic matter, after 48 months of application, and we do apply compost every 6 months for 4 years, so very expensive treatment, we don't see any increase in soil organic carbon, not in farm 1, not in farm 2. And we don't see any effect on bean cadmium in any of these 2 farms. We did a similar study on the Amazon. This is an acid soil. The other one were alkaline soil. And you see an increase in biochar and in compost. We were really happy that we saw that. But really, when we fine-tune the sampling, we found a place where rich in organic carbon, where the treatments were established by chance, randomly. So later on, we decided not to sample on those sites because those were not representative of the field. And then, of course, we saw just a bit of increase in biochar, organic matter, again, after 52 months of evaluation. And we don't see any effect on bean cadmium. It's, again, bean cadmium, not leaves. I won't go to details. This is a greenhouse experiment on biochar. We tested different feedstocks for biochar manufacturing, different soil pHs, etc. Only one biochar, which was made of quinoa, I don't know if everybody knows quinoa, but it's an Andean crop, had the capacity of increasing pH, soil pH. And also, well, all the biochars and all doses increase soil organic carbon, but only one increase soil organic carbon and pH. Those are 2 factors that we know affect cadmium availability. And in those treatments, we had a reduction factor significantly different from the other treatments, meaning that these biochars work better than the other ones. In fact, some of them don't work at all in cadmium concentration in the plant. And this graph is a little bit difficult to explain, but right here, this curve here in the left side of the graph is a quinoa absorption capacity of cadmium, which is much higher than the other 3 biochars. So when we say biochar, we are talking about general biochar, which is a mistake when we have to be, as Gideon said, very specific on the mitigation strategy. So it's probably something that we can discuss later on. Microorganisms is another strategy that we apply. We are, at least my criteria is that this is something that we should keep on researching. I know results are not promising by now, but plants cadmium may use these transporters for cadmium uptake. So there is something that we have to do. We know in alkaline soil pH, micronutrient bioavailability drops dramatically. We tested zinc and manganese. There is, I didn't put the error bars because it's a lot of confusion, but I just wanted to show you the trend. And in any element, the trend and the control, zinc application and control, manganese application, it's the same. So go up, go down, not much that we can do. And there is some effect on the beans. So there is 25% reduction when we apply zinc, but season-wide, I mean, if we take on the season dry versus rainy season, there is 40% reduction in control. So meaning that the plant or the season is taking more into, it has more effect than our treatment. So we know where the cadmium problem is in Ecuador and why this problem occurs. Different field scale experiments were monitored, has been monitored. We are going to monitor them for 2025 as well. And promising results are basically lime. I mean, lime, in our opinion, and based in our data, is what we can apply, but only on acid soil pH. Otherwise, of course, you don't want to mess with alkaline soil pH and lime. Application of organic matter, silicon or selenium were not effective. We have to dig a little bit deeper on this. And micronutrients are an alternative, but I think it's also combined with genetics that we can find a solution on micronutrients. Sorry, I think I went a bit too far. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to the chat and Q&A session.
Is this one? What was it? Yeah. Yep, the question. Okay, the question is, what was the dose of lime per hectare? That is a good question. Ideally, you have to do some soil test to understand how much lime you have to apply. Our target was to increase from 5.5 to 7 at least. And we applied 4.6 kilograms of lime per year per plant divided in 2. So 2.3 kilograms, 2.3 kilograms every 6 months. And we repeat 2 years. So one year, 4.6, second year, 4.6, and we stopped. Yep.
Thank you. Let's check the Q&A box.
Okay.
Any questions there?
Nope.
No questions so far. Okay, any questions from the room? Oh yeah, we have questions from Gaius. Gaius, please go ahead.
Morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I was just curious about the link between the soil pH and the cadmium. Two things you mentioned, one particularly with regards to the depth and one with regards to the time. Did you all monitor the change in pH over time?
Yeah.
To see how far it was dropping? Because I did realize after a while you did see a spike back up in the cadmium levels. Yeah. So did you get an idea of how long it took in the nature of the soil as well that you're working with? And the other question really has to do with the depth. It's a traditional application because really to the most feeder roots, within that first 30 centimeters of our soil. So even in cocoa, that remains very similar in terms of the roots that pick up the nutrients. It has been said that they remain within that 30 centimeters, especially when you think about the cocoa plant, and the litter. Most of that is quickly recycled right in that surface layer. So I'm wondering whether or not you also felt that there was some level of acidity that was coming from below, and whether or not in your soils, as we go down the profile, acidity was increasing, and that might have created an issue pertaining to the length of time the lime afforded a change of pH.
Yep. I won't repeat that question, but first part. But the first part was talking about the time it took for lime to react. And lime is really quick. I mean, after 6 months, we already saw a difference between control and lime soil pH in the soil with lime application. 12 months is clearly at least 1 unit difference. So it's very quick, but lime is not 100% soluble. I mean, carbonate is actually not so soluble. So you won't have a lot of carbonaceous material leaching in soil profile. That is, everybody knows that. So what, yeah, I mean, what I am proposing for new fields that we will probably establish this year is to work from zero. I mean, work from land preparation. So you have an acid soil, put lime on, mix with soil, at least 50 centimeters, and then put a new plant. And then you have two things controlled there. First, somebody mentioned about plant. The plant has accumulated cadmium and is directing cadmium or remobilizing cadmium from branches and trunk to feeding the beans. So less than 1% of total cadmium in the tree goes to the bean. Less, much less. So you kill one source, and then you also control the other source. I didn't present the results, but at least it took about 300 days for cadmium to go from soil to the bean. So in a pulse and chase experiment, it took about 300 days. So even if lime reacts and controls bioavailable cadmium, you still have a stock of cadmium in the plant, and then a slow reaction from the soil to the plant. Yeah.
Thank you. A last question here from the online. Which experimental design did you use for the research study?
Good question. And as we are very simple guys, so we use a randomized block design, but it's not really, I mean, in my opinion, the design, the layout in the field will be like that in most of the experiments. But I think we have to come up with good statistical tools, which I'm not an expert on that, to analyze the data, because we have, first of all, a huge variation, field variation, but then you have a variation in time. So you have to account for those two variables, to do two variabilities, both spatial and season variability, to really extract what the best treatment will work for what type of soil.
Wonderful. Thank you. There's 3 more questions, but I appreciate if you can answer them online by chatting from the inbox. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think we all learned about Ecuador a lot. Thank you. Now, moving on to next country will be Colombia. And I'm pleased. Okay, thank you. I ask all participants to mute themselves. I have Agrosavia representative Andrea Montenegro joining us today, who is here in person with us, and she will present the results and issues related to cadmium contamination in Colombia. Almost said Ecuador again. Okay, I hope you can all see my screen now. Yes, participants. Yes. So yes, Andrea, the floor is yours. 15 minutes for presentation, followed by Q&A session. Okay. Again, remember we have Spanish interpretation, so please.
I try to.
Matters. Thank you, Andrea, and welcome.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I am Andrea Montenegro. I'm chemist. I work in food safety, and it's a good opportunity to show that the research that Agrosavia do about this cadmium. Yeah. Okay. Agrosavia, it's a Colombian public scientific non-profit organization that works in the agricultural sectors. Has about 700 scientists with different scholar grade. Yeah. And we are in all country. We have 12 research centers, 9 regional office, and 2 experimental farms. We safeguarding the germoplants bank in Colombia, and we have research and service laboratory networks in different areas. Yeah, Our analytical chemistry laboratory has different equipment for quantification of every kind of elements and compounds. We can quantify from percentage to PPT, per trillion, yeah? We have different research group in different kind of problems, in different chains, production. And we also give a social balance. Since 2017, AgroSavia has been estimating the social balance in order to analyze and communicate the impact of the corporation actions in agricultural sector in Colombia. We work in the innovation networks with different kind of products, and we have a network of cocoa. Yeah. We have different strategy development model, and the heavy metals. It's an line, a strategic line for the cocoa production. So Colombia, it's a producer of cocoa, fine and flour, and we have a problem of cadmium, like other countries here. Yeah, and there are many sources that contribute in the presence of these elements in the environment, in the crops. No. The first part that the AgroSavia to do was obtained a good methodologies. This is the very, very important, yeah, because you obtain the good results, good data, good quality of data, you define what is the next step, yeah. AgroSavia leads the first workshop in Colombia for analysis of cadmium in cocoa bean and derivative products. And we support the Dr. Lawrence Maurice from French. And we participate all laboratories, universities, and the industry that performs cadmium measure, yeah? This is the best important, yeah? Yeah, because many people thinking it's necessary to obtain that, but the data has very important to do what is the next step, yeah? So now AgroSavia has methodologies with accreditation, with recognition, with international recognition, yeah? As is very necessary for the export products, yeah? And we have this, we publish the methodology in open access for everything, yeah, that work in this area. The Colombia has a national monitoring plan for cadmium and cocoa derivative products since 2013, yeah? And the National Institute of Metrology do and test aptitude and do and give 2 reference materials for obtain good data, yeah? And now in the Colombia, we have maps for soils, for beans, no? We do research in dynamics of the cadmium interaction, plant, soil. And there are many other institutions in Colombia that works in this area, yeah? The universities, the research centers, works also. We capacitate AgroSavia, gives a training with different producer cocoa and different technician for determining what is the main problem with cadmium, what is the best solution, but depends of many factors. Yeah, it's very complex. We have in different kind of strategies for mitigation of cadmium, bioremediation. We use microorganisms, bacteria, and fungus that control this, reduce the cadmium concentration in soil. Other institution in Colombia, we also work with this. We have, AgroSavia has in the molecular area, the idea is to obtain a transcriptome analysis of cacao, of Theobroma cacao after exposure to cadmium for determine what is the gene, what is the part of in the physiology of plants, works, transport these contaminant in the plants. And we have also results. We were about 8 years and now I have good results, promising results. This is the next paper that published but we have identify some genes that produce or that transport the cadmium in the plant. We also have in genetics. We have the idea is obtained good cultivars that absorb less cadmium concentration, but it's a perennial crop. The research in this area is very complex because it's very, very long for obtained results. But now we designed experiment in hydroponic condition, in soil condition, and the field condition. This is the next paper that obtained because I have results. What is the best cultivar that absorb less concentration of cadmium? Yeah. We also, for about 5 years, I work in phytoremediation. This is another alternative. In Colombia, it's very common the forest species grow with cocoa. Yeah, and this is a good alternative for avoid to cadmium enter in the cocoa plants. The forest species take that and reduce the bioavailability. Okay. And finally, we also work in process of post-harvest. We have actually a micro fermentation system with reduce the concentration of cadmium and increase the concentration of the best organic compounds present in the cocoa. And we had a paper about that. Okay, this is a summary of the mitigation strategies for cadmium that Colombia applies for the last 10 years. And the idea is obtained a good combination of these strategies for the farms, because this is the best problem to apply these strategies in field. Now I searching new tools for obtained results more easy. This methodology, laser ablation coupled to ICP-MS, you put the solid sample and you obtained a distribution not only of cadmium, obtained the distribution of other kind of elements present in the cocoa beans. We had promising results about that. And okay, in Colombia, the cocoa, the production of agricultural products like cocoa is an important sector. However, the presence of contaminants and the poor agricultural practice can affect their quality. AgroSavia has been different development, different studies in different areas for mitigation of cadmium, but it's a big and complex problem, no? And the variability of concentration of cadmium depends on many factors, yeah? Sources, cultivars, age, and soils, and our country is a biodiversity and has many different kind of factors that affects that. The best changes include the need to scale the solution, training the producer, adapting to the international regulation that impose strict cadmium limits, yeah? Okay, this is the research team in AgroSavia in different areas, different experts, and this is our founder and allies. And I need to say in Spanish because detrás de cada alimento está el trabajo, está detrás de cada alimento campo y el trabajo de su gente. Sí.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Sorry, because I very fast and it's complicated because it's yeah.
Thank you very much
Yeah.
for this. It's very interesting to learn about the situation in Colombia. We'll be back to AgroSavia once again after the lunch when one of the colleagues that you introduced, Danielle Bravo, will present the cadmium-tolerant bacteria as a solution to mitigate cadmium in cocoa.
Yeah.
So we're not saying goodbye to AgroSavia.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the room, first of all? I can take, yes, please introduce yourself and the question you have for AgroSavia.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, you mentioned about the micro fermentation system to reduce the cadmium levels. That's something that you just do in a small scale, like Trent, or you have a number of persons using the technology.
In the afternoon, creo.
¿Cómo?
Daniel.
Yes, in the afternoon, yes.
In the afternoon, the expert in this area talk about that because we have an...
Yes, we have an expert on this topic. So you have to come back after lunch to learn more about it.
We are different experts in the chain production, and the idea is obtain a solution, a combined solution for get good results to apply in the field. Okay.
Thank you. I see we have a hand online. If it's still there. If you have a question online, please unmute yourself. I think the last question was to, to Eduardo.
To Eduardo. No, we don't have.
Okay. Any other questions from the room on this topic? Gaius, all clear?
Is the next.
Great. Thank you very much, Andrea. If just as with Eduardo, if any questions will come up in the meantime, I would appreciate if you can follow up on the chat from your phone and support me in answering those questions. Thank you very much, Andrea.
Thank you.
What's that? Before one. Okay. That's great. Let's do now. Okay. So thank you very much. So by agenda, we have next one, Venezuela. But Venezuela, you have to wait a little bit because Trinidad and Tobago wants to interact a little bit and present. Okay. I'm going to launch the presentation now. So colleagues online, we're going to have presentation given by colleagues from Trinidad and Tobago, expert from University of West Indies, Gaius Eudoxy, who will present about the prevention reduction in contaminants in cocoa in the country. So Gaius, please take the floor. Yes, we have it. And yes, please feel free to start. You have 15 minutes. Bear in mind, we still have 111 participants waiting for a presentation online and Spanish interpretation. Please go ahead.
Thank you so very much, Sergius. Thank you for your warm welcome. Let me again say good afternoon and good night, probably early good morning to those of you further west, particularly to our participants online, and certainly our colleagues who have joined us from Latin America. Pleasure to have you all in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a pity we may not be able to show you all the hospitality from Tobago as much as we would probably be able to do from Trinidad, but happy to have you here. So as Sergius mentioned, my name is Gaius Eudoxy. I am a lecturer here at the University of the West Indies, a soil scientist by profession, and I have been working for some time, generally in soil pollution and soil remediation. I have not been working, and I must put this disclaimer out, a lot in cocoa, although I have been working in partnership with our Cocoa Research Center and Professor Omar Haran, who many of you all are very well familiar with, on particularly the soil aspects of cadmium contamination. But we have worked prior in lead contamination in Trinidad. There was a huge survey done by our Environmental Management Authority where we did have, they found very high lead levels, blood lead levels in children. And that led to some action taken in trying to identify causative agents and how to remediate some of the soils that were in particular communities that were contaminated from lead acid battery mining. So that's some of our history when it comes to some of our soil-based contaminants. And we have done some work more regionally in terms of pesticide contamination of our soils, particularly from obsolete pesticides such as our HHPs. So we have done some work in that area, and I would just like to share some of what we do know and what we have been doing as it pertains to some of the prevention and reduction strategies around those contaminants. So as it pertains to cocoa in particular, I know that a lot of our colleagues are probably certainly they are probably more tuned to research specifically in cocoa. So I chose to do a little bit a different approach by trying to understand a little bit more of the influence of some of the causative agents that may lead to contamination, and then how we would generally seek to address that contamination. So a part of my process is to try to give us an understanding of the growth, and that's why I was asking Eduardo, I think that question around the rhizosphere of the cocoa plant and how important that is in terms of its potential for contamination. So my presentation is going to follow that type of process. So there are a number of factors that influence the overall growth and development of the cocoa tree and the overall cocoa plantation. And that is where it is important for us to understand in terms of any type of mitigation strategy surrounding particularly contaminants, because the contaminants do come in and do influence and are influenced by the genetics of the crop. And I think our last presenter showed a nice article that they did, and we have done significant work. One of students I co-supervise with colleagues here, his work was really looking at genetic options for reducing cadmium in terms of their rootstocks. And we did see some what they call high accumulating and as well low accumulating rootstocks. So we know that is important. Crop management is also significantly important in that regards. And I come back to, and what I would like to add, and I very hope that we have a nice discussion around that, is litter management around the cocoa plantation. And what does that mean with regards to understanding, even from Eduardo's perspective, the amount of cadmium in terms of loading that might be re-entering the system through the litter, either through the prunings or through the leaf. The environment, and in particular what is happening around that rhizosphere and how we treat with that rhizosphere and how the root system is adapted to either the uptake of cadmium and how we can manage that rhizosphere better, particularly for a perennial crop. Yeah. And also obviously the concentration. And what we do realize is that concentration is probably not as significant because of the fact that the tree is a perennial crop. So just to, sorry about that. Just to, all right, I wanted to get here, right. Just for some context, Trinidad is a very small country. Yes, many of the countries you all are coming from, yeah, are huge relative to Trinidad. But in our small space, we have 122 unique soil series. So what we do have is a huge diversity, and that's why it makes it very suitable for us to do a lot of trials pertaining to soil, because we have huge soil diversity in Trinidad and Tobago. So when you look, there are three categories of our soils where cocoa is generally grown in Trinidad. We have alluvial soils, we have soils of our terraces, and I'll show you some of the examples of what them soils look like. And then we have soils of the uplands. So we're very close to the uplands. If you look, when you come outside, that's our northern range. It's a continuation of the Andes mountain range from South America. Yeah, so that's our northern range. And then we have the other two, our terraces and our valley. So right now, we on the what we will call alluvial soils right now. Those soils have marked differences in how they behave and how cocoa reacts with them. So this is an alluvial soil. This is what we call our river estate loam. This soil is not right here, but just a little lower down south of us on our St. Augustine campus. And it is by far one of the best soils that we have. It's a soil that generally, if you think about it, is not necessarily a high cadmium based soil. It is a soil that has good drainage. It's a soil that has very little impediments. And it's a soil that generally we will not necessarily see issues surrounding accumulation and obviously availability of metals. This is one of our terrace soils you're seeing here. And this nice gentleman in the photo, if some of you may know him, that's our Professor Emeritus Nazir Ahmad, who we call the man of the soil. Yeah, my mentor, and he's in a alluvial soil here, and a terrace soil here, and a very troublesome soil. So it's not a very good parent material here, but it's a parent material, for instance, where we have a lot of our cocoa gene banks. And sometimes the nature of that soil has significant influences on the behavior. So I know you're concerned about water behavior and water movement and stuff like that. Those soils have impeded drainage. And one of the issues you will find here is that cocoa growing on those soils will not root generally very deep in these soils at all, because of the fact that they have clay impediments below their ulti soils, and they create tremendous issues pertaining to that. They are also very acid, and hence heavy metals in these soils generally tend to be significantly available for uptake. In addition to some of our soil characteristics, we have rainfall issues that influence our overall productivity and obviously susceptibility to pollutants and their uptake in cocoa and other crops. Interestingly enough, this is an isohedral map of Trinidad. Very high rainfall in generally where we call our cocoa belts, which is the northeast and central east part of Trinidad. As you come to the western part of Trinidad, very, very dry, much drier. So we have no forest or any kind of tree crop in the western part of Trinidad because of the fact that the rainfall is so limited. So in areas like that, what you do find is that generally in the high rainfall areas, there's certainly more mobility of our metals and other elements than in areas that are drier. So these are some of the things that we just have to pay attention to. Interestingly here, is the nature of the crop. I wanted to put this fertility issue there, because one of the things we do know is that a lot of our, particularly metal contaminants, are highly influenced by other metals, in terms of their pathways, biochemical pathways into the plant. Interestingly here is the high demand of calcium by cocoa trees. And what that signals, two things in my mind. One of the things a lot of our soils suffer with, particularly when they're acid, is aluminum toxicity. So in very early work in Trinidad and Tobago in particular, we were able to show that acidity and aluminum presence is more influential in terms of crop productivity than the actual acid level itself. So the aluminum toxicity was significantly important here. But we also know that under these same acid conditions, the plant also has higher availability of metals. However, under these acid conditions, calcium generally is limited. And that's why one of the reasons why there's a clear connection between availability of these metals, production and productivity of cocoa, and obviously its demand for calcium. So what are some of these key sources of contaminants we have in cocoa? A lot of it has been said to be, particularly our metals, have been said to be geogenic, not the lead. All our studies on lead have shown that lead came from additives and other things like that, particularly leaded gasoline, leaded paints, that we eventually, after that lead in blood lead study, they banned in Trinidad and Tobago. But cadmium, we know one of the sources is a natural source. But we also know production inputs bring them in. We have phosphate fertilizers. If you read the label, it'll tell you is a source of cadmium. So we have them locally. We have not been testing them to understand the amount of cadmium that is present in them, but we do know that it's there, and it's something that we have to be cognizant about. And we also have a very high use of pesticides. And we also know that it may also be in post-harvest storage, as we saw with Gideon a little earlier on. Post-harvest storage and processing. So what are some of those contaminants we do have from our cocoa? Salinity, to a lesser extent, not a big extent in Trinidad and Tobago. We do have some small saline areas, but not necessarily cocoa producing areas. Aluminum toxicity, I don't know that we have done a lot of work in that area, but it is an area that is important for us. Aflatoxins, we know in the processing and post-processing area. Pathogens, again, in the processing and post-processing. Pesticides, most definitely. We did some surveys and we did some analysis, and we do know, not in cocoa, sorry, in general agricultural crops, and we do know that residual pesticide levels remain extremely high, and it is an area for us to also focus on. We have not done that in true crops, nor in cocoa, so it's an area that remains open to us. And the reason is that heavy metals has been the international focused area. So even for us, we have gone in that direction because obviously of some of the thresholds that have been imposed for importing countries, particularly for cadmium. So we have done a few studies. I'm going to talk about two of these studies, one with what Gideon would have done and one that Mr. Caleb or Dr. Lewis would have done as well here in terms of what it meant for us. So there you're seeing some of the cocoa growing areas in Trinidad. Most of them is in the east simply because of the rainfall, and the requirement of the cocoa for high rainfall areas. So you only find about 2 or 3 in the southwestern tip in a more drier area, but most of them are in our central range, northern and eastern plains. Interestingly, we do see, and this is a study that was that same study, this is the 14 sites that were there, and you could see that for our soils, they have huge variability. So if you look at just here, I've just only displayed the heavy metal concentrations, in both aqua reagent and nitric acid extractables, right? Total heavy metal concentrations, and you will realize that we have huge variation across the soils because the soils themselves also show huge variation in basic parameters, pH, organic matter content, CEC, all of those key supportive properties lead to significant differences, yeah, in the concentrations of our heavy metals within those soils. We did see, though, that clearly cadmium, nickel, zinc, and soil pH from our soil, and as I said again, because we have a good diversity of soils, we had good confidence in those regression analyses that we performed. That 70% of the variation in leaf cadmium came from available cadmium, nickel, zinc, and I think it was well explained about those other metals, and we understand that, yeah, as well as pH, and they explain most of the variability that we were seeing in our Caribbean soils, well, Trinidad soil, sorry, for leaf cadmium. And we saw that leaf cadmium increased as the soil concentration of cadmium, available cadmium, that is, increased, nickel increased, yeah, and it also decreased when pH increased. So we do know that pH is one of the most important predictors of cadmium availability in the cocoa plant, yeah, and what we need to do about that. So what strategies did we look at? Input management from the perspective of particularly sources of heavy metals, particularly our fertilizers and pesticides. So some work has been done in that. I'm not going to stress on the pH alignment. We know that. What I was supposed to ask Eduardo is that, did you all do any, because we have tried some lime injectors. So in mature fields, it becomes a problem because it's very hard to get the lime, which is partially soluble, into the field without disturbing a very sensitive rhizosphere, yeah, that the plant takes in. So we did try, and that's some of the work that Gideon did in his PhD, to look at injectors, but it's a very tedious process. I cannot see it being pragmatic on a field scale or on a plantation. But what we do know that it works. So we really have to start to think about what other strategies we can utilize. Biochar has been used globally in that regards. I use some biochar not on cocoa, but I use biochar on a study in Suriname, and it did show significant reductions, yeah, in both pesticide and heavy metal levels in our soils. So we know that it is something that is practicable, and we did see that same correlation with Eduardo where it comes to the organic matter, but not all organic matter is the same. Yeah? One of the things with the biochar, obviously, we appreciate is its large surface area and its use disruptive capacity. And more importantly, its thermal stability in terms of the time scale in which it deteriorates. One of the things we also recognize here locally, and what troubled me, because I do a lot of my work on composting and using organic carbon management. And one of the things we saw is that we did decomposition and degradation studies. And after applying equivalent of up to 400 tons of compost per hectare in a greenhouse study, after 6 months, the organic matter content remained or increased no more than about 0.05%. So that means we're not seeing a meaningful increase in organic matter content. So genetics we looked at as well, and we saw that with the rootstocks. I'm not going to jump into that. My last slide is really just going to touch on the importance of biochar and lime, where we did do under Gideon's work, seeing Ramtahale in 2039, we did see some significant effects. But those effects were only there for pot studies, yeah? And the effects also is where we could incorporate in the soil. So we do need to try to understand in a mature tree what strategies are there for soil amelioration, or is there any strategies in a mature plantation for such approaches to work? And I don't think we have solved that question just yet. Thank you so very much. Sorry for moving on.
Okay, thanks a lot. What a great presentation and solutions shown. I hope participants from Trinidad specifically learned a lot about their country and their product that we love so much. Any questions and feedbacks on what you heard? Still chewing. Great. Guys, let's check out the guys online if there's any questions.
Elizabeth had a hand up.
Someone has their hand. Yes, Elizabeth, you're online. We see your hand. Please unmute yourself and feel free to ask your question or feedback.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And great job, guys. Just one question. This is more for the interest for, the application. What's the cost of actually applying these different strategies that, especially the ones that you see working well? How much is it going to cost the farmer to apply them?
So probably the better way to answer your question, Elizabeth, and thanks so very much for it, is to think about it from the perspective of percentage of operational costs. So if they are now establishing an orchard, that may cost you in terms of liming or even organic matter application, probably less than 2% of your startup or operational costs, to get into the system. We have had, particularly in Trinidad, challenges with getting farmers to recognize the significance of it and to think about it as a capital investment to their system, meaning that it is not something that you would be doing every year, and certainly you would be able to get at least a few years. In our research, not in cocoa, in our research in other field crops, we have seen that change in pH last anywhere about 3 years. So that means you get an investment roughly of about 3 years with an initial capital cost. But even more meaningful to that is what we know it does. One of the things I stressed on is the fact that the acid soils, particularly in Trinidad and Tobago, generally don't provide enough calcium. Once we raise that pH, and you saw the high demand of calcium for the plant, once we raise that pH, not only are we reducing the uptake of heavy metals, but we are also improving the productivity of the crop by increasing the basic, what we call basic macronutrients, and also reducing the aluminum toxicity. And that is where it makes economic sense, because productivity, and I mean the data shows that clearly, productivity for all crops when limed, especially in acid soils, increases significantly, in that regard. So that is where it makes sense. It's not only the fact that it's going to save them from the toxicity, but it's also going to improve their overall productivity.
And then are we suggesting that, we have better incentive programs, because our government and the ministry has fantastic incentive production programs for farmers. So can we design one that incorporates these soil health aspects to improve production and productivity?
So while I can't speak on behalf of the ministry, I will say that because I know of the incentive program, that the incentive program does cover those types of amendments. Yes, so the ministry provides farmers, and I know our honorable minister would have in a press conference in recent past indicated the fact that there's a strong focus now specifically for the ability to determine concentrations of heavy metals, particularly for our tree crop farmers. But the essence is that there is a program already in place that supports our farmers with regards to lime requirement and pH testing, and as well incentives associated with a number of various soil health management protocols and strategies. So what we may want to do is certainly think about how we could review and better improve on that. But I think there is already an existing system that farmers and other producers can call upon.
Well, that's fantastic news indeed, I'm sure, for our farmers. So I am sure everybody will be waiting and looking forward to actually seeing, a structured program for the application and utilize of the strategies, and also leveraging what we already have in terms of our incentive programs. So fantastic work. Thank you very much.
I have one question. Let me commend you on a great presentation, very informative. Not trying to be biased, but it hits home because it's right here in Trinidad and Tobago. But me, I say it was in Trinidad. Any plans of having those tests being done in Tobago? Because we are interested in the results.
Again, I wish our colleagues or cocoa researchers here, because what I could tell you is that I know that they're also doing work, in Tobago as well. I think because they would have focused heavily on the gene bank, they would have done most of their work, particularly genetic-based work, in Trinidad. But I know for a fact that not only have they done work in Tobago, they have done work in Dominica, they have done work in Grenada, they have done work in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have done work in Jamaica. So they would have a very vast database. So certainly what we can do is certainly consult with Professor Omaharan surrounding some of the information that they have available. Yeah, but I know they would have done work in these areas.
Thank you, colleagues. We still have 3 questions. Can you take one question here? The first one from Francis, and then the...
You gotta help me out here. I can't see without my glasses. Sorry.
So basically, the question from Francis is, what is the taxonomic name of the soil you worked with for cadmium levels quantification, and which soil type had highest cadmium levels, and what was the reason for this?
Francis, you're taxing me here. It's a very hard question. I can't recall. I can't recall. It's a very good question. I can't recall because it's very diverse soil. So I will tell you, out of the range we do have in terms of the USDA soil taxonomy, we do have under cocoa, molly soils, earthy soils, incepti soils. We do have a small amount of sporo soils as well. I think these are the major group. Sorry, one more. We do have a significant amount of cocoa under verti soils. The ones that are most problematic are our earthy soils. So, for instance, our entire northern range, is earthy soils. A lot of our terrace soils are earthy soils as well, all of which are acid soils. We do have a small amount of our verti soils in the south and southeast that are also acid as well. So those soils are the problematic ones. The ones that are, for instance, in our central range, our molly soils, our incepti soils, they have pHs in the region of anywhere between 5.5 to about 6.5. And they, although the total concentration of cadmium is higher in those soils, the actual available cadmium is much lower, and what the leaf cadmium is much lower in these soils. So we do have that. So pH is by far the most dominant soil factor affecting availability. The other thing I'll quickly say is that because our soils are all tropical, irrespective of where we are, the organic matter content is less than 3% in nearly all our soils. So organic matter is not a huge factor for us because it doesn't vary as widely in our soils compared to pH. So pH is by far one of the most significant factors that we have in that regards.
Okay, thank you very much, and sorry for rushing.
Not a problem at all.
Okay, great. We still have, guys, we still have two questions in the QA chat box. I would appreciate if you help me to answer those questions. In the meantime, we still have 2 presentations, but I'd love to have one before we disappear for lunch or dinner in Europe. And we can't delay longer Venezuela. So I would like to invite the speaker from Venezuela to give updates about the situation of cadmium in their country and learn more about chocolate production in Venezuela. So I'm gonna just put the presentation of Juan Carlos. Workshop presentation. Juan Carlos, yes. Okay, so we have presentation from Venezuela. Juan Carlos Rey, my colleague from FAO, will give us a quick overview of situation in Venezuela. Juan Carlos, thank you for joining us today. And please remember you have 15 minutes and 110 participants online across the world waiting for your presentation as the guests from the room. Please welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation to all the organizers of. You can hear? Louder? Okay, I try to speak loud. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation to all the organizers to be. I can be here. I came from Venezuela. I'm going to present this presentation is prepared about data of the Professor Ricardo Ramirez and Eladis Córcega. Professor Ricardo Ramirez is an expert in soil nutrition and heavy metal pollution, and Eladis is an expert in cocoa production, and myself with some contribution to this presentation. Briefly, I can present the history of the cocoa in Venezuela. It was a very important crop since pre-Columbian era, was cultivated by indigenous and were used as the seeds were used as currency and in religious ceremonies. When the Spanish arrived to the country in the 16th century, the Spanish colonizers saw the potential of cocoa and began exporting it to Europe. And Venezuela became one of the world leading cocoa producers. In 16th and 18th century, Venezuela cocoa was highly appreciated in Europe and its high quality. Large cocoa plantations were developed in the country, but in the 19th century, the war independence, the other internal conflict affected cocoa production, and to the rise of coffee as export product also diminished the importance of cocoa in the country. In the 20th and 21st century, despite the challenge, Venezuela cocoa continues to be recognized as an exceptional quality. Efforts are being made to revitalize the cocoa industry and promote consumption of Venezuela cocoa worldwide. Here in this graph, you can see the evolution of production and area harvested of this crop in our country. You can see that after the 2009 to 2010, the production grow up. You can see in the orange line, and the harvest area in the blue line. And we have almost a production of 30,000 tons of cocoa in almost 85,000 of hectares. This is a map of Venezuela. All the areas you see in yellow color is where we produce cocoa. Almost all the country produces cocoa, but we have areas most important. This is in the west part of the country. We call this one Sur del Lago. It's one of the important areas. In the central north, other important area in Barlovento, Miranda, and we have another important area in the eastern, is the Sucre state, very near of Trinidad. About the sports, you can see the exportation of cocoa. It increased in the 2015. You can see the blue line, the tons. We are now almost in 24,000 tons of exportation. It is estimated revenue of about $60 million. Most, the 8% of this production is for exportation. This country you can see here, Canada, Chipre, Estonia, United States, Argentina, Indonesia. For us, it's very important the international regulations. You can see this table is the European Community regulations. I will not read it because everybody knows, but it's very important. You see in the last slide that we are exporting more than 80% of the production, but we have two national regulations. We call it covenant. You can see here briefly that we have regulation for beans, is in the case of arsenic, lead, copper. We have regulation for cocoa powder and cocoa liquor, equal to the same heavy metals. We have regulation for chocolate analogs and substitutes, and regulation for, of course, for beans too. We can give a resume of this regulation. You see that it's a very low level, the recommendation for the concentration of cadmium, for example, in cocoa beans, and you have the other limits for copper, lead, arsenic, mercury, ochratoxin, and pesticides. Some results about heavy metals in Venezuela. You know this graph. You know that Latin America and Caribbean have the highest average of the levels of cadmium in beans. And data by collecting Venezuela, you can see there, we have a minimum of 0.1 to 9 milligrams per kilo. The distribution of this data is not normal. We prefer to use the median, but the median you can see that it's over this, is above this average. 60% of these data are above 0.6 milligram per kilo. This is the ICO, the International Cocoa Organization, established limit, and 90% of this data is above 0.3, that is the governing regulation for our country. The studies in cadmium cocoa in Venezuela began in the 1990. You can see there this is an important zone in Venezuela, Barlovento, Miranda, is where the porcelana cocoa is produced. Porcelana cocoa is one of the high quality cocoa over the world. And you can see the minimum and maximum level of cadmium found in beans, 0.5 to 4.1 in 1990 by Matisek, and Shorin and al. Make the same story and the same. You can see in the case of beans, the upper limit is 9. Sorry about a detail there, but they studied soils too, and they found between 0.25 to 26 milligrams per kilo. A lot of samples are over the critical limits if we compare with soil limits and cocoa bean limits. In the same place, there is a detailed story with 8 places in this, in 8 locations, 8 localities. You can see in the graph level of cadmium and soils, a level of cadmium and beans. Okay, the blue line in the case of soil, and the red line and the blue line are the limits, and you can see almost all the places are all above these limits. Okay, we have problems with cadmium in this zone. In the graph, you can see the upper part at the average in the case of soil and seeds, and beans, and you can see that beans, we have almost 2 times the levels of cadmium if we compare with soil. Okay, again, a lot of samples are above these critical levels. This is another study made between 2009 and 2011 by Nestlé. You can see the number example of 4 localities: Barlovento, Sur del Lago, Oriente, Barinas. You can see the limits, almost all the limits, the range, a lot of samples over the limits. And you can see the percentage. We have 2 with very high level of 2 localities with very high level of cadmium, above 80%, above 65%, and in the case of Sur del Lago and Oriente, are below 30%. Nestlé did it the same for lead, okay? And we have problems, obviously, less problems than cadmium, but we have samples with over the level. You can see in the low part of the table, the critic level they use for this determination. These studies we saw before are made in hotspots of soil pollution. But this study takes samples for other places. And you can see that the situation is not so bad, okay? From 92 samples, only 20% of the samples have above the limit. And it was located at the eastern of the country, in the Sucre state. But in Aragua, where I live, and Mérida, the limits were lower. The cadmium levels were lower of the limits. And finally, we have here other study in Sur del Lago, another important zone of production. And here you can see the results of cadmium and copper, but it was made in 2 kinds of cocoa, one hybrid and one, the other is the porcelana cocoa, we call 2 criollo cocoa, and with sample fermented and unfermented. And you can see changes about genetics, okay? Almost in all the cases, there the porcelana cocoa has lower levels of cadmium, but and copper, and we can see changes too in the post-harvest process. We have fermented and unfermented. It means that we can have strategies, okay, to manage the levels of heavy metals in cocoa. So we have a lot of challenge in Venezuela, soil variability. Now, to Gaius asked about the taxonomy. We have 11 orders of the 12 orders of the UNITA soil taxonomy. Then there is not only universal solution for all the country. We have problems with agricultural practices. Our traditional farmers are little farmers. They don't use fertilizers. They don't use organic matters. They don't pruning. But now, in the recent years, we have big industries, big companies that are planting big areas of cocoa. And they are using a lot of quantity of fertilizer. It could be a problem. Awareness, many cocoa producers or farmers are unaware about heavy metals problem. Limited resources, like all our countries, for investigation, for training, for monitoring, and we don't have monitoring and control of the level of the heavy metals in soils and in beans. Of course, with that data gaps, we don't have risk maps about heavy metals distribution. We don't have data of the results about agricultural practices. We have a few data about level of cadmium and other heavy metals in cocoa, and we don't have impact study about the effect of human health, for example. Despite of the challenge and data gaps, government have established initiatives to promote the production of soy cocoa. In 2001, was created the National Cocoa Plan. The idea was to promote the technical assistance, the financing, the research. But really the effect, we can see this effect 10 years ago to now. Creation of cocoa price support and stabilization to protect the small farmers, exception of taxes on cocoa export, to promote the exportation of this product, promotion of Venezuela cocoa international fairs, and support for the production of artisanal chocolate. As you must have this presentation, you have links there to explore this initiative. Finally, the conclusions. We have high level of cadmium, and ensure a high level of the heavy metal in our country, cocoa in our country. We have different factors to are contributing to this problem, but the first one is the natural causes, soil variability, soil geological conditions. We have international and national regulation is important for us, but we have data gaps that it's important to have a comprehensive assessment. But despite all these problems, we have government support and initiative to support this, the production of cocoa. After finish, I will present in 1 minute 30, sorry, this project that we are developing from the regional of FAO here in Latin America, Caribbean. This project reduction of cadmium content in Sonian cocoa. The beneficiary countries of this project is Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Venezuela. Specifically, it's on Amazonian cocoa. This project is beginning, and we hope that this project can finish on May of 2026. The impact is to family and indigenous cocoa producers in the Amazon region will increase the participation in markets that pay preferential prices for the low cadmium cocoa beans to try to reduce the levels of pollution in cocoa. And the idea is that the different actors of the chain innovative, adopt, and diversify management practice to increase the value of the Amazonian cocoa as product. We have 5 products in the project. The first one is try to develop a database, information about heavy metals in cocoa in the Amazon region, beans, soils, fertilizer, waters. A second product is a training to the farmers. We are going to use the Global Soil Doctor Program for this. It's very important for us. This training we are going to have here this week. A third product is the training of the laboratory techniques. We are preparing videos and webinars for that. An international, regional, and national market study for differentiate rates for low cadmium content is the 4th product, and a 5th product is a proposal for resource mobilization to scale up the recommendation of this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Very interesting presentation, although quite worrying to see those results of high cadmium in many countries that we already saw. And this last 2 slides about the Amazonia project that FAO just starting is very important, specifically from this room, because all the recommendations that we're hearing, all those scenarios from those studies and countries that we're learning today, we would like to understand what will be the best scenario and solution so we can implement those recommendations that you experts share with us to this project in Amazonia. So it's quite important that we work in collaboration and do not replicate duplicate all the results that we have. Thank you, Kwan. We do not have time for questions because everyone is hungry, but you can ask the questions during lunchtime. Although we still have one presentation from Jamaica, but Jamaica, I would like to ask Leslie to have that presentation after lunch, if that's okay. So after lunchtime or dinner time in Europe is getting dark, we will resume to this room and we will continue presentation. First of all, we'll go and learn about application of zeolites and the possibility of implementing them because the speaker is joining us from Italy and it's getting dark in Europe. And followed by, we will come back to Jamaica. We will hear about Peru situation. We will also hear about cadmium tolerant bacteria. And also come back to Brazil as well to learn about Cabruca project that we're also starting. So another 2 hours of interesting discussion to follow up. We will come back online at 2:15 Caribbean time or 7:15 European time for those who are joining online. Yes. To 2. Are you sure? Half an hour is okay? Okay. Dear colleagues online, please forgive me. We will come back at 2 o'clock Caribbean time, 7 o'clock European time. Thank you very much. Everyone enjoy lunch and dinner, and we'll see each other in half an hour. Thank you. Okay, Cosimo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Cosimo, can you hear
Can
us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, good evening, Cosimo. How are
Great.
you?
Good, and you?
We're gonna start shortly. Okay, just checking out if all
No problem.
speakers for this session are available. Rachel Atkinson. Rachel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Rachel, good afternoon. Good to hear you. Okay, let's check if Daniel, both panelists, and Anderson. Okay, Anderson, can you hear us?
Oops. I was on mute. Hello, Sergio.
Okay.
Hear you.
Yes,
Good afternoon.
good to hear. Good afternoon. And the last speaker of today will be joining us online. Daniel, let's check if Daniel is here. Okay, perhaps Daniel will join us in a second. But anyway, colleagues here in the room and all guests online, we still have a good number of participants online. Good evening and good afternoon to everyone. So now we're moving on to the last session 3 on risk reduction measures, where different speakers will talk about how to cope and deal with cadmium pollution in the cocoa. And the first one that I would like to give the floor, as I said, we're going to come back to a presentation from this afternoon by Leslie Hu from Jamaica, who will talk about the situation in Jamaica. But first, I would like to give the floor to our colleague Cosimo Massini, who is joining us from Italy. Cosimo, you can hear us, right? Okay, would you like to share your... Yes, I can see that you're starting the presentation.
Fantastic.
Great. So
if you can see it.
Yes, we can see it. Give me 1 second. I'll put you under the spotlight for everyone. Remove pin. Pin. Oops. Remove pin. Okay, Cosimo, thank you again for joining and being part of this workshop on cadmium in cocoa and chocolate projects. As you heard from this afternoon and morning sessions, we had a very good representation and results showing from different countries, but also some solutions we're already showing, such as liming biochar. And we would like to continue exploring those solutions and recommendations to see and identify what would be the most plausible, although we already understood that there's no silver bullet for everything. So let's continue the discussion and talk about zeolites, where Cosimo is an expert from D&D Biotech. Cosimo, I'm going to give you the floor for the introduction and your presentation. You have 15 minutes. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Sergios. And good afternoon, good evening, everybody. For me, the hard task to keep you awake after lunch or dinner, depending where you are. So I'm Cosimo Massini. I'm presenting from Italy, but I actually lived and worked in Brazil also for 6 years, and currently running some projects also in Colombia and Peru. So we have quite some experience also for South America and Central America. Our focus is bioremediation on one side, mainly removing pesticides and organic contaminants, and the use of zeolites as an adsorbent for heavy metals and as an amendment for soil, agricultural soil. So talking about zeolites, what's on the agenda, I will briefly present what they are and then moving through some of the benefits of using them as an amendment and some applications as immobilizers or remediators, let's say, of heavy metals, and briefly touching on phytoremediation and concluding. So about zeolites, not sure if everybody knows them. This is a natural occurring mineral, which is actually quite diffused and also present in some regions of South America and Cuba, for example. They are of volcanic origin. So imagine a sponge, basically, that has these very orderly 3D structures with a lot of pores and channels, and the capacity to act as a cation exchanger. So mainly acts by absorption, by adsorption, and by cation exchange. And depending on the type of zeolite, it can be calcium or potassium based or even sodium based. Of course, the one that needs to be used for agricultural potassium or calcium based, because it can be exchanged, therefore released. And they have quite a high water absorption capacity, but they do not change the structure, unlike some clays that are bidimensional. These are three-dimensional structure with a very high specific surface area. So again, imagine a sponge that attracts and then leaves, exchange all the time, these cations. And last but not least, they can also be used as carriers for nutrients, carriers for microorganisms. So many different functions. We have been exploring them for many, many years. And we have tested and found several benefits of using them as an amendment. So first of all, in order to improve the characteristics and the properties of the soil. So as I said, by increasing the capacity to exchange cations, but improving also the structure, let's say the quality of the soil. So if it's a clay soil or if it's a sandy soil. So if it's clay, in order to have a better structure and improve the porosity. If it's a sandy soil, so a poor soil, let's say in terms of structure, in order to retain and exchange nutrients. They also reduce the erosion of the soil, which is also very important, and increase the water holding capacity. As I said, depending on what they exchange, they can hold sodium, so reducing the content, and they can really increase the nutrient retention capacity. So very important, for example, if used in conjunction with some fertilizers like urea, which is widely used, they have this power, let's say, to reduce the leaching on one side and the volatilization, which in the end means optimize use also of inputs, chemical inputs, because they can definitely be decreased, but you will have the same effect. Very important also this capacity of reducing the soil acidity. So they act like a buffer, and increasing the availability of phosphorus on one side, and on the other, of course, reducing the concentration of heavy metal, which is what we are exploring here. They also have an environmental positive impact in the way that they can stock carbon, because they increase the carbon sequestration and slow down the nitrogen mineralization, this way reducing the greenhouse gas emission. Quite important also the fact that they can prevent the groundwater contamination, and they can act as a filter by absorbing heavy metals. So it was mentioned by a presenter before, the impact of waters, of floods, and this also could be potentially one angle to explore in terms of prevention of heavy metals like cadmium or lead reaching certain areas. But all of this, of course, depends on the investigations and the conceptual site model that will be developed, and it's definitely site specific. And as I said, the possibility of reducing the solubility and the bioavailability of heavy metals, resulting also in less plant toxicity. So focusing for a second on the zeolites as amendments and the root system. So they have several mechanisms, physical, chemical, and biological. Of course, by increasing the porosity of the soil, they will increase the oxygenation and the capacity of the roots to better function. We have done studies on other crops, but quite interesting because there were really problem on water circulation and the capacity of the roots to function properly. And on the other side, this water retention capacity means an improved, let's say, resistance to droughts. As a chemical mechanisms, I have already highlighted this capacity to act as a cation exchanger, reducing runoffs and being a sort of a reservoir for nutrients and also for macronutrients, but also micro nutrients. And then definitely playing on pH and retention of heavy metal. Very interesting mechanism is also the biological one. We have done several research projects, for example, in Europe, like LIFE projects, which I will actually show later on. And they really act as a very interesting substrate or support, let's say, for beneficial microorganisms to grow. And this results, of course, in improving the health of the root system, but also the nutrient intake, which is crucial, of course, to have a proper system in place. This is one of the projects I was mentioning. It's not related to cocoa because it was done in Europe. It's actually related to wine production, but it's quite interesting because also it was going in a sort of a circular economy kind of fashion, in the sense that the idea behind was to recover leftovers from the wine production, stem, leaves, must, and other things, mix them with zeolites, compost them in order to improve the composting process, and then reuse this biomass directly in the vineyard. And we have demonstrated throughout the project that several parameters improved greatly. So in the end, we ended up with a fertilizer on one side that was compared to commercial compost, and of course it's much cheaper because we are just reusing all the biomass. So this is valid for any crop that is being cultivated, adding a bit of input with this zeolite and ending up with a product that can improve the quality of the soil, but as I said, it can also retain for example, heavy metals, but also improve let's say the action and the activity of microorganisms. And it was really interesting because in the end we also showed that the quality of the wine improved. So I like to give this as an example of something that can be used not only for environmental purposes, but also, again, also bearing in mind the objective. I mean, when a farmer is growing a crop, the objective is improve the quality and the quantity. So if we can find solutions that can sort of put together these two things, so the environmental objective, but also the quality of the soil and eventually the crops, that would be, let's say, ideal for farmers. Moving on to some examples of immobilization in using zeolite. So in this case, there is an example of reducing availability of cadmium and lead. We are talking about agricultural soil, not in South America in this case, but it's a real case where it was demonstrated that by adding zeolite, the cation exchange capacity increased, the pH increased, and the availability of the metal was reduced both for cadmium and lead. Talking about an example in crops, so in this case, we are not actually seeing cadmium here, but rather nickel. But again, there were several trials performed in cocoa cultivation for mitigation of nickel, and different types of genotypes were tested, and both absorption in the seeds and adsorption in the zeolites were seen, showing good and promising results. Another example in rice, which again is not cocoa, but the problem is very, very similar, and it's actually spread. I mean, we have problems in Italy, in China, and in South America and Brazil, for example. And the principle is very, very similar. Rice can be cultivated with a, let's say, wet system or a dry system. The wet system actually creates a big problem of cadmium release. The dry system, unfortunately, the opposite due to the pH, and there is a problem with arsenic actually, which is quite severe, as much as cadmium. And here, with different irrigation setup and different types of zeolites, and also control without zeolites, a reduction was actually observed, both in the soil and in the stem and leaves at different concentrations. And finally, just touching on phytoremediation, because as we said, there is no silver bullet to solve the problem, and we often combine in our projects bio or phytoremediation with the use of zeolites as amendment or zeolites as carriers. But for sure, phytoremediation can be an interesting strategy. It has been already presented before during the workshop. We know what phytoremediation is. So basically using plants to remove contaminants. Of course, there are different types of plants that can be used, and they can be hyper accumulators or moderate accumulator. The problem is that cocoa, I mean, is actually a good accumulator, but the idea is, why not use also some other plants that could perhaps be used, and maybe they can also take some of the cadmium instead of having only the cocoa on these plantations as a monocrop, let's say, and then let's explore this mechanism of cadmium accumulation also on some other plants. And well, this is a mechanism of accumulation, but the key point is that, for example, some plant species, we've done a little research, could be used. Of course, I mean, these crops, they don't go to depth. I mean, they can arrive to 30, 40, 50 centimeters. But again, a mixed strategy, perhaps on new plantations, perhaps when the soil needs to be prepared for new plantation, then really the soil could be, let's say, prepared. At the same time, local applications of zeolites could be made. We also tested and used micronized zeolites that can be injected. So I heard before a presenter talking about or studying the possibility of injecting certain products. All of these to optimize, let's say, the cost and the efficacy in the end. So if, for example, a micronized zeolite could be injected at the same time, some plant species could be grown in parallel with cocoa, then this would mean a mixed strategy in order to improve the efficiency. And some of these varieties, some of these species could also be used, for example, as energy crops, for example, to convert them and transform them in biochar. Or, for example, I mean, vetiver, which is quite an interesting plant, could also be exploited to extract essential oils. So again, maybe it's not the main crop, but they could also provide some extra revenues for the farmers. So on one side, we try to solve an environmental problem. On the other side, we try not to have an excessive burden in terms of cost for the farmer, but rather plant something that can have or can give a return, an economic return. So in the end, to conclude, the use of zeolite as an amendment is definitely a good input to improve the properties of the soil. It's a mineral that is quite available in Central and South America. And the benefits of this mineral have been demonstrated in different crops. As I've shown in the zeolite project, it is a mineral, but it can be combined with organics and biomass, so we can have the best of both, the effect of the mineral as a cation exchanger coupled with organic matter that can be added, but used in a proper way without risking of losing it as leaching or something else. At the same time, it can be used for immobilizing metals in soil. It can be also used for water, of course. And in the end, a combined solution we think could be a good strategy. But of course, some trials would need to be done in order to test different combinations, different plant species, and so on. And with this, I actually concluded. So thank you.
Thank you, Cosimo. Great. Thank you very much. Very interesting to learn about zeolites. And I just want to see if we have any questions either online or in the room about this amendment. I actually have one, Cosimo, just to understand how affordable will it be to use zeolites, especially for local communities, and whether they're freely available in the countries such as where we are located today in the Caribbean islands.
Mm-hmm. So availability-wise, as I said, I don't know about the Caribbean. I mean, I would need to investigate further. For sure, I know that there is a production in Cuba, which is not far at all. So in that sense, I think it's quite convenient. Cost-wise, I also see, as mentioned before, for lime, for example, I see the use of zeolites or mixed with something else as an investment, in the sense that it doesn't need to be done every year, because when you actually add this kind of inputs, it's an active material that acts, as I said, as a sponge and starts exchanging, starts retaining nutrients, and starts absorbing and immobilizing metals. So it's rather an investment. So if we have to see it on impact on capital expenditures, again, I would say also say some points% of the total in that investment that needs to be done.
Thank you for such an informative answer. And I have one more question here from Adelia Varela, who is joining us. She's based in Portugal. The question is, how effective are zeolites compared to other methods for heavy metal remediation in contaminated soils?
Compared to other, sorry?
Compared to other methods for
methods, sorry. Yes. As long as when it comes to the chemical part, of course, it's important to promote, let's say, mixing and contact and having a fluid, let's say, in order to be able to promote this exchange. So I see them quite effective. And in order also to optimize cost, as I said, I think they should be placed as close as possible to the routing systems. And of course, we need to promote circulation of fluid, water. Of course, in order to promote this exchange. But this is also valid for lime. This is also valid to biochar. So I think what's important is really to let's say engineer, but I don't want to think in engineering terms because we're thinking of farms and farmers. So, but to study properly how to mix them, where to put them in order to optimize and maximize their effect. If we can get to this sort of setup, I think they could be quite interesting and effective for removing the metal.
Thank you, Cosimo. And last comment by Elizabeth Johnson raised her hand. Elizabeth, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask your question or comment. Elizabeth, we cannot hear you. Can you please unmute yourself if you have a question?
Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thanks. I was just given the opportunity. Thank you very much, Cosimo. That was a really interesting presentation. I just have one question. Are you also looking at the changes in the root microbiome, the rhizosphere, those organisms? Are you also looking at any changes in the makeup and any long-term effects on those organisms? Zeolites? No, I'm just thanking you for answering my question.
Okay, sure. Sorry, I lost you, the last part. Yes, we do indeed. It was very interesting in this live Zeolite project because on top of doing chemical and let's say physical analysis, we went a lot into the biochemistry, but also the metagenomics analysis of bacteria and fungal populations. So what we really analyzed were control samples, of course, and then we used sequencing and DNA extraction and sequencing in order to see the evolution of the microbial populations during the duration of the project, which was quite long, and to see who was prevailing and how the composition was evolving, again using the zeolite as a substrate, and in this case also very interesting, as I mentioned, using zeolite together with composted biomass. So we really saw this great synergy of having an inorganic component, which is the zeolite, together with an organic component, and observing the variation in the microbial population, ultimately all the way also to the quality of grape and the quality of the wine. So I think a similar approach would be very interesting in this case.
So what were your observations? What were the changes?
Well, it would take quite a while, let's say. Maybe, I mean, if you're interested, also you can contact me. We can discuss a little further. But there were some species, so there was not necessarily an increase in biodiversity in certain cases, but rather an increase in let's say specialized population. So when it comes to biodiversity, of course, it's always quite let's say tricky when it comes to interpretation of data and so on, and but also the richness of certain there's Shannon index, for example, which is a good indicator. So there was quite an improvement compared to commercial compost and other commercial amendments they were used. So the spectrum was quite interesting in terms of comparison.
Okay, because plants tend to select the organisms that they actually want around the root system. So I'm just asking, if you were seeing any interference, if the zeolite was causing any interference in that process. But if you had really great production in the wine and the flavor was good, then maybe not. But it would be interesting to see the results from your studies as they continue. Thank you very much.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Cosimo, for discussion. And Cosimo, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it. And so now we would like to come back to our speaker from this afternoon, Leslie Ho, who's going to give us a presentation on the situation of cocoa production in Jamaica, the last country from the no, excuse me, we still have Peru. So we would like to give the floor now to Leslie. I'm going to put your presentation in a second. Okay. So. Sure. Okay, Leslie, please go ahead. This is your presentation. Just gonna camera for all our online participants and appreciate to have 15 minutes so we have a bit of time for the discussion. Thank you, Leslie.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm a research scientist at the International Center for Environmental and Nuclear Sciences. Oh, why is it going ahead without me?
No, yeah, you just click the arrows. We'll go.
Okay. Where was I? Right. So I'm a research scientist at the International Center for Environmental and Nuclear Sciences. We're located at the University of the West Indies campus at Mona in Jamaica, and we are also an agency of the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport. Forgive me because I keep changing the name of the ministry. So ISENS opened almost 41 years ago in March 1984. We were originally called the Center for Nuclear Sciences, and we changed the name to the International Center for Environmental and Nuclear Sciences in 1996. The nuclear in our name comes from the fact that we operate the only nuclear reactor in the Caribbean. It is a small research reactor. It's not a power generating reactor. And in addition to the reactor, we have a number of complementary analytical techniques, including atomic absorption spectrophotometry and ICP OES, which we are transitioning to ICP MS shortly, and X-ray fluorescence. The Slowpoke 2 reactor is a research tool. It's a lab instrument, just like all the others, just a lot more expensive than all of our other lab equipment. And most of our work focuses on the analysis of trace elements and heavy metals in pretty much everything: environmental samples, food, human tissues, water, you name it, almost everything has come through the door at some point in the past 40 years. Our scientific program is applicable to a number of areas, including geochemistry, agriculture, human health, forensics, environment, and climate change. So one of the first big research projects at ISENS, which was conducted in the late 1980s to early 1990s, was soil surveys, which resulted in the publication of a geochemical atlas. So this is a map showing the distribution of cadmium concentrations in Jamaican soils. The sampling for this project was done by putting a 10 by 10 kilometer grid over a map of Jamaica and collecting a soil sample from each square in that grid. So this map was generating using cadmium data for 173 soil samples with a the minimum concentration that was found was 0.2 milligrams per kilogram. The maximum was 409 milligrams per kilogram. Yep, we haven't gotten to the wall yet. In some subsequent studies, where you'll see in the central to western part of the island, those red areas are actually the highest cadmium concentrations. We did do some more detailed studies in some of those areas using a 2 by 2 kilometer grid. And I think the highest concentration found in those studies was somewhere in the region of 900 milligrams per kilogram. I will also mention that some of those areas with high cadmium are agricultural areas, but they're also associated with bauxite deposits. So the soil samples from the original soil survey were taken in areas that were undisturbed, or at least appeared to be undisturbed. So this is not from industrial contamination or anything like that. This is naturally occurring cadmium. And so this now is a map of the main cocoa growing areas in Jamaica. You'll see there is some overlap with some of the higher cadmium areas, but most of the cocoa farming areas are in the low soil cadmium areas. I will say that this map is from several years ago, and they're in the process of re-verifying the registered cocoa farmers to update the cocoa growing map. So as I mentioned, a lot of our research focuses on heavy metals. Obviously, in that first soil survey that was done, we found some very interesting soil cadmium concentrations. And so subsequently, we did a lot more work on cadmium, not just on soils. This is a list of, I think, most of our soil publications that include cadmium data. And I actually remembered it after I sent Sergius this presentation, but we did also do a small study looking at cadmium in fertilizers and the potential contribution to soil cadmium. That was also several years ago, so it's something that we'll probably revisit at some point. In addition to our soil work, we also do a lot of food analysis. Some of you were asking earlier about things like risk assessments. So we have done quite a bit of work looking at risk assessment of the food chain in terms of heavy metals, and especially for major commodities and foods that are considered staple foods in Jamaica, especially for something like rice, which we actually consume a lot more rice than we do of grown provisions. So we've done risk assessment of rice, including the dietary intake in terms of how many micrograms per day and so on. But for some commonly consumed vegetables, we've also done risk assessment looking at target hazard quotients and hazard index, which is an estimate of your lifetime cancer risk from consumption of those foods. One of the publications on this list that might especially be of interest is actually the last one on that list, which looks at the bioavailability of cadmium in agricultural soils. And this looked at total cadmium and the sequential extractions from paired soil and plant samples. So this was actually for yam samples, because that's one of our staple crops. And there was a significant variation in the soil cadmium between 2.2 and 148 milligrams per kilogram. And again, these are directly collected from farms. And the average extractable cadmium was 55% of total cadmium. In addition, we have published several studies on, as I said, elements in locally grown foods and dietary risk assessments. But from the foods that we've looked at so far, the risk assessments don't show a significant risk from consumption of those foods. So at present, there is no national project that is focused specifically on looking at cadmium in chocolate or cocoa. These samples are from another project that ISENS conducted, and we were looking at dietary intakes of several different foods, and it just so happened that we did some drinking chocolate samples, including what's known in Jamaica as chocolate balls, which is pretty much just the fermented cocoa beans that have been ground down into kind of a paste. Sometimes They will add nutmeg to the mixture, and they basically form it into a ball and sell it either at the regular markets or in supermarkets, packaged, and you just dissolve that in hot milk, and you have what we call chocolate tea. So the numbers in bold are the EU limits that would be applicable to those products. This is just a handful of samples, it's less than 10 samples. And these were purchased from supermarkets, and they are from the low soil cadmium growing areas. So this is something that we actually are pursuing in terms of doing more samples, but we're not quite there yet. In terms of local standards, we do have a local standard for cocoa powder and cocoa powder mixtures, as well as the second standard there, CRS 34/2020, that is actually a Jamaican standard, which is also a CARICOM regional standard. That's what the CRS stands for. And we would also reference the EU and the Codex Alimentaria standards, because a lot of our cocoa beans are exported. So in terms of the status of Jamaica's cocoa industry, for several years now, the industry has been struggling with frosty pod rot. I'm sorry, I did not put a picture of a tree that has frosty pod rot, but basically the cocoa pods rot on the trees. And so the focus has been on preventing the spread of frosty pod rot and improving soil health. They've taken a number of measures, including culling a lot of the trees or cutting them back. And so the industry is kind of in recovery mode from that right now. There has also been an increase in the number of bean to bar or farm to bar chocolate producers. So some of them are even single farm producers. So the beans for the chocolate bars are coming from a single estate. In terms of cadmium mitigation, there is no cadmium specific advisories that's being given to the farmers. As I said, it's really mostly focused on controlling the frosty pod rot. And so because of that, there are also restrictions on soil sampling and removing soil from any of the farms, because there are some farms that have not seen any frosty pod and they're afraid of spreading it even now. The way that the beans were traditionally processed is a little bit different from what's happening now in terms of the bean to bar processors. So traditionally, all of the beans were sent to a central fermentation facility. And so even if you had beans from a high cadmium area, they would probably end up being mixed with beans from a low cadmium area. So in that respect, you would have a kind of dilution if you had any high cadmium beans, but it's not really something that has been monitored over time. As far as I know, the few samples that we've done, it's pretty much all that has been done. I do have some cocoa beans that were given to me by some of the bean to bar producers. So I know the specific areas that those are from, and we are planning to have those analyses completed shortly. Also recently, ECA did a soil assessment on cocoa and coffee farms, which was mostly focused on soil health. If I am in error, then Dr. Johnson can correct me. And they made recommendations to improve soil health and increase productivity. As far as I know, heavy metals weren't included in that assessment, but again, if I'm wrong, Dr. Johnson can correct me. The farmers in Jamaica are supported by soil testing at the Agricultural Land Management Division. This is just a screenshot from their website. detailing the soil analyses that they do. Again, they're focused on soil health. They don't offer heavy metal testing as part of their routine analysis. Sorry? Almost done. This is the last slide. Okay, so in terms of current and future plans, I have another project that is looking at high value commodities, including chocolate. And so we'll be doing a number of elemental profiles for different products, and cadmium is not the focus, but it will be included in those element profiles. We've been engaging stakeholders to support research and assist in procurement of the samples and looking at collaborations with the regulators and other stakeholders. So I've had discussions with the Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, which has oversight for the cocoa industry, as well as the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, and particular the Rural Agricultural Development Authority and the Agricultural Land Management Division. And that is it. Thank you very much.
Just in time. Thank you very much, Leslie. Wonderful. So, all of you have been aware about chocolate in Jamaica? Yeah? Have you tried? It's already here. Great. And my question to you, Leslie, where do you mostly export your chocolate?
I think most of the beans go to Europe.
Europe?
Yeah.
Okay.
But a lot of the bean to bar producers are also exporting finished chocolate bars now as well.
Great. Thank you. Any questions from the audience here? Yes, Gaius, please.
Yes.
Question around the distribution of cadmium. I know this is a long time ago. I wanted to ask about association, if you're in association with the cadmium distribution and the bauxitic soils.
Yes.
And if there was any high correlation associated. I watched the map, and we did do a soil survey recently in Jamaica. So we're going to be testing cadmium as well in that survey. What I was just trying to understand is, do you all have got any correlation between cadmium concentrations and bauxitic soil?
The cadmium is elevated in the bauxitic soils.
Relative to the other soils.
Yeah. I think it should be in at least one of the publications, so I can look for it and send it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leslie. We have some questions here from the chat box. Okay, Francis asking me, how were you able to obtain a representative sample from the 2 kilometer and 10 kilometer square grid? And what sampling depth did you go for? And what soil type was more responsive to cadmium in terms of the limits?
I cannot speak to the soil types. This work was done a long time before I worked at the lab. In terms of representative samples, I think they did composite sampling, and it would have been, I think, 0 to 30 centimeters, but I'm not 100% sure. I would have to go back and look at the publication.
Thank you. And we have a hand here from Elizabeth Johnson. Elizabeth, we see your hand. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And congrats, Leslie. Nice talk. Just to information that you are asking about on the soil health. Yes, we did do heavy metals on the coffee and cocoa. No, sorry, only on the cocoa plantations.
Okay.
And it was, they all came in below the 0.8 milligram per kg limit. There was only one farm that was close to 0.9. So the farms that were in that study were well within the range for the acceptable cadmium levels.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We have to move on to the next presentation and speaker. Leslie, thank you once again for your presentation. Thank you. All right. I see also from the chat. I think we're going to go to presentation from Peru just to conclude the countries. So the presentation from Peru will be delivered by Rachel Atkinson. Rachel, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Rachel, yes, we can. Rachel, would you be able to deliver your presentation now?
Of course.
And yeah, while you prepare, please feel free to share your screen. I think you have the permission to do this for your presentation. While you're doing it, I would like to ask Cosimo. There's another question in the chat. If you can address it while we go to the presentation from Rachel. The question is from Perú. Buenas tardes desde Perú. ¿Cuál es el proceso exacto de sembrar las zeolites para absorber el cadmium tubes? That was the question. So Cosima, if you can answer this question in the chat box. I think that was quite an interesting question from Maria Ceron. Thank you very much. So Rachel, yes, we can see your presentation here. So yes, Rachel is joining us from Peru, I guess.
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Okay. We're pleased, yes, to welcome you to this workshop, and the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. It's lovely to be here and be able to present our perspective of this problem. So I work for the Alliance of Biodiversity International and SEAT. So we're a global network of investigation, delivering research-based solutions that use agricultural biodiversity and sustainably transform food systems to improve people's lives in a climate crisis. So basically, we're looking to improve the livelihood of smallholder farmers using science and technology. And we have a large range of collaborators and donors that we work with. So just a brief summary about the sector, the cacao sector in Peru. Here's a map of Peru, the shaded areas where cacao is produced. Peru is the eighth biggest producer on a worldwide scale, the third in Latin America. It's the second worldwide producer of organic cacao. And it's almost all, well, I think all in the hands of smallholder farmers. The average farm is 2 hectares. There are about 90,000 families involved in the production of cacao, and about 180,000 hectares are under cacao. And so it's very different from other countries in Latin America in the fact that there is no cacao in large, I don't know what the word is now in English, I only talk about it in Spanish, in haciendas, in big farms. So it's all in very small farms. And about 30% of farmers are associated in cooperatives or associations, which, even though it's a low number, it's always quoted as quite a high number for the sector in the world. Peru is the center of genetic diversity of cacao, but most of the farms produce the variety, the commercial variety CCN 651 that originates from Ecuador. And it's basically an export crop. So as I think in Ecuador started first with the issue of cadmium, we followed quite fast behind with making a map of what the problem was to be able to understand what we were dealing with here. So we did a countrywide collection of samples, over 2,000 samples of cacao, beans, and the soil from the same trees in order to be able to develop a map, a predictive map. And this map uses those real-life points and some associated parameters from the soil samples. And basically it uses layers available at a countrywide level of soil parameters, climate, and other geology, other factors, to be able to produce a nationwide map. And the analysis was carried out using random forests, so it allows us to look at a lot of variables at the same time and produce a predictive model for areas where we haven't got a sample, but we can then produce an estimation of what soil and bean cadmium levels would be. And this map is available at the website there, and you can zoom in, you can choose a farm, and the map will give you an estimate of soil and bean cadmium levels. So cadmium is naturally found in the soil, as everybody is talking about now, and also as has been mentioned already today. Lead and arsenic are not found naturally in cacao plantations. What we've found is that the cacao plant, if there is some lead and arsenic available, it absorbs them and stores them in the roots. It doesn't let those toxic elements go into the plant, whereas cadmium is free to flow wherever it likes. So here are the maps. The soil map is on the left, the bean map on the right. And you can see from the colors, well, the red areas are where the problem is. Green, stronger and stronger, darker green is where there are very low levels of cadmium in the soil. What we find is there is a translocation factor from soil to bean of 2 to 8, more or less, an average level of translocation. And the factors, as we've all been hearing from every speaker, the most important factors predicting cadmium in bean are soil geology, soil pH, but other factors are also important depending on the region. Fertilizers are not likely to be important for Peru because farmers do not really use them in cacao farming. We've done studies on irrigation water. Some of the areas are under irrigation, and we find a variation in levels of cadmium entering the system. And we also find, as Eduardo mentioned, a very high heterogeneity at a very small scale. Here we have just a quick image of the different proportion of farmers with different ratings of cadmium in their beans. And so you can see that some areas in the country are very much affected and others not. And so from this, we estimated the impact that the EU regulation would have on the country and on farmers in particular. And just to give you 3 examples of areas that are very different, though, because the cacao industry in Peru has different aims, if you like. So one is the majority of cacao is conventionally farmed, comes from the Amazon region, the area of the green circle, is sold to intermediaries or to companies directly. And this is an area where volume is important. Then we have areas in the country where they have very high quality, fine flavor cacao, which tends to go to specialist markets for mainly European buyers. Delicious cacao, organic, fair trade. And I put this circle around one of the key areas for this type of cacao. The other is in the south, in Cusco, where we don't have the cadmium issue. In the north, this highly specialized market also overlaps with high levels of cadmium in the beans. And then there's a circle, an orange circle around an area where there's also an issue with cadmium. And these are very small scale farmers, mostly indigenous communities, producing in theory high yielding commercial varieties. One thing I forgot to say is that Peru has a limit for cadmium in agriculture and soils of agricultural use, which is 1.4 milligrams per kilogram, which is a limit for every crop. And really for cacao, it makes no sense. It doesn't match with the crop or match with the European limits. So I think any suggestion that a farmer should only grow cacao because because their soil has less than this limit is actually irrelevant to cacao, because we know that with 0.5, 0.4, 0.3 in the soil, you can end up with beans that would have more than that, the limit, the EU limit. So we've been working for 6 years on farm-based solutions, looking at soil amendments that could reduce cadmium availability to the plant, and also looking at genetics, using the diversity of Peru to see if we can find any solutions, genetic-based solutions. As I think we've heard about an awful lot, the idea is to see if we can reduce the availability of cadmium to the plant. We know that cacao is an accumulator of cadmium, So the idea is if you can reduce the availability of this, perhaps we can persuade the plant to store less in its beans. And also the genetic factor could be important. So we've carried out a lot of robust trials, field trials, are lasting up to 4 years in more than 60 farmer fields. We always look at cadmium reduction in terms also of cost and benefit, looking always juggling, how much does this method cost versus how much will the farmer benefit in terms of increase in productivity? Because as several questions have come up today, we have to have a solution that makes sense to a small-scale farmer. So here are some, in this graphic picture, you can see some of the soil amendments we've been trying and the different doses, biochar, different types of calcium, microelements, manganese and zinc, organic matter, mixtures, microorganisms, also in different areas of the country. We've also been looking at whether we can find low accumulating varieties or genotypes of cacao. The idea here being that perhaps if we use a rootstock that accumulates less and graft onto it another, maybe a high yielding cacao, we could reduce the amount of cadmium in the beans or vice versa. Or so playing around with the fact that cacao is a very versatile crop in terms of grafting. In some crops, we see that cadmium is accumulated in the roots. This is very clear in avocado, which is a big headache at the moment for Peru. In cacao, we don't see that, but it's still important to do a screen of cacaos and see what we can come up with. And this screening we're carrying out as part of a project that Eduardo mentioned, the Clima Loca project funded by the EU, the CIRA program. So it's being carried out in Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia with important varieties or genotypes in the different areas to capitalize on all the diversity that's available in the region and to understand whether there's a genetic basis for cadmium uptake. So we haven't found an easy, reliable solution to reducing cadmium accumulation in beans in the field in Peru. We have a problem which Ecuador, I think, doesn't have in the same way, is that the soils which have a cadmium issue tend to be neutral, maybe a bit alkaline. They're a clay type 2-2-1, which for you soil scientists, I know means a lot. I had to learn what that meant, but the idea is they're clays that are incredibly able to accumulate anything. They have an amazing ability for everything to hang on to them. And the fact that we have a fairly neutral pH means that the liming methods that Eduardo mentioned are not really plausible or useful for soils that don't need to have an increased pH. We have tried also just increasing calcium levels just because calcium has seemed to be important, but again, this doesn't have any effect. We also believe quite strongly the genetic problem here is that we're not dealing with soils that are contaminated by cadmium. We're dealing with soils that have a relatively low level of cadmium. It's just that the plant accumulates it, and it's not toxic to the plant at the levels it's accumulating. But there is an issue here just with the way the regulation has been phrased. Another question that's come up with all of this is whether a farm-based solution is actually easy to implement when you're dealing with a lot of smallholder farmers who are not accustomed really to managing their crops in a very systematic way because of the cost-benefit aspect. And we have not really found that many farmers perceive cadmium as a problem. So having a solution where having it as your main issue, go to a farmer and go, you've got this huge problem. They go, well, we haven't noticed any problem. We're not seeing a difference in price. It's hard to know whether actually a farm-based solution is anything very necessarily the way forwards. Cost is also a big issue in a lot of the solutions, all of the methods we're looking at, and the time it takes for a solution to work is also important. I don't think many farmers will be happy to apply a solution that takes 5 years to see an effect, unless, of course, you do it at the beginning when you're beginning to establish your crop. So, but interestingly, the value chain has adapted during this time when we've started doing scientific investigations. And I just wanted to give you some examples of this, of the different areas. So first, the volume area, if you like, the area in the Amazon, which produces a huge amount. Most of the buyers have actually mapped the issue themselves, and they have worked out different markets with different limits. They also have a better understanding of limits and how the changes in cadmium that occur during processing. And I think one very big issue that has occurred, whether or not to do with the cadmium legislation, is that the main market for Peru has changed from Europe to Asia. So Europe has these limits, Asia has no limits for cadmium. So that's been quite an interesting change. In the north, in areas which really do have a cadmium issue, we've been working very hard with these areas to work out with the main cooperatives there what a sensible solution would be. And we've found an analyzer for heavy metals, which can analyze in real time. And it has zero costs once you've bought the machine and is very highly precise. So we carried out a scientific and technical validation of this technology, and it's been commercially adopted by a key cooperative. And so they are using this approach to be able to do mixtures of beans from different areas in the country, or more close areas. As I said, there's this high heterogeneity, and in order to be able to comply with the cadmium regulations that their clients are requiring of them, but also to ensure flavor profiles. So flavor is very important to these specialist markets that are buying beans from the north. And so there's a lot of art involved and a lot of skill involved in making sure that the profiles are still maintained while ensuring that cadmium levels are appropriate. So this technology has actually allowed the cooperative to open everywhere it was buying again. And so it sees it as basically a solution to being able to meet the regulatory requirements. So in general, the predicted severe impact that we thought would happen, and you can read about in these two articles, didn't occur in Peru. I think the reason it hasn't occurred is because there's always a market for cacao. Doesn't matter, whatever quality you have with cacao, you can sell it. So a farmer who perhaps has suffered a lot because they might be able not to sell at the preferential price, can sell more volume at a lower price, perhaps. So actually talking to farmers, there are very few that really have seen any impact. The impact has been at the level of the cooperatives, who've had to really reassess how to manage different markets and clients' specifications. And another aspect that's been very important that we've seen this last year is that the scarcity of cacao at a global level has led to less stringent requirements from buyers, because everybody's just desperate to get cacao. Just to give you an example of this, the farm gate price has basically gone from $2,400 a ton in 2018 to last year $11,900 a ton. So we're going from a crop which basically paid farmers pocket money to a crop that suddenly provides income for farmers. So the main issue that everybody wants to solve now is productivity. How can a smallholder farmer maximize on this amazing price? How can they make sure that they can really produce to be able to gain the maximum profit? And
Rachel,
there are three. Yes. Hello?
1 minute left, Rachel.
Yes, okay. And there are three ways you could think about doing this: as better management, renovation of the crop, and expansion of area. And this, I think, leads very strongly into what the real priorities are now, I think, for the sector in Peru, at least, or perhaps generally, are these aspects that I've put in circles here. So there's the importance of having genotypes available for use of all the native genotypes. So Peru is the center of diversity and has extraordinary diversity available, some of which are very highly productive. There's also a serious issue in pesticide use, which will increase as people try to increase productivity. And this is something that really needs to be addressed. There's an issue of having to meet the EU deforestation, zero deforestation regulation, which had a huge problem in Peru this year because the government changed the law to basically allowing deforestation, which has caused a big impact. And then there's this issue of climate change, going from huge droughts followed by enormous floods, which is very difficult in order to be able to maintain cacao production. And I think the main challenges for the sector are a mixture of all of these things, and of which cadmium is just one. But my main feeling is that what we're going to see this year and the next is a big demand of increasing productivity and all of the issues that go with that under this changing climate. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Great. Wonderful presentation. I think we all learned a lot about situation in Peru. And that actually concludes all our presentations across the region. We heard 7 countries and how they deal with those issues and what are the major challenges and solutions, as well as regulations. That was very interesting. I think we all learned a lot. Is there any questions to Rachel and specifically to what you heard? Please do not hesitate to ask. I think we have a question. We have a question? We have a question in the chat. Again, from Francis. Have you tried, Rachel, to validate the dry scanner with wet chemistry analytical values on the same sample? And where is that equipment and how can it be accessed for purchase? Rachel, do you have any comments on that?
Yes, so this is what I mentioned when I said we had validated the methodology scientifically and technically, and there's a paper available that's in the reference to this talk, which shows that we did that, and it has incredibly high precision and very high similarity to an ICP MS analysis, which is why we decided to go ahead and use it. So there's the Clima Loca project now uses these machines. So there's machines in Colombia, in Ecuador, and in Peru. And it's made by an American, a very small American company, and is available for purchase. Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's a desktop, sorry, just to say, it's a desktop machine. You can put it in your kitchen. You don't need any, you just don't need any chemicals or any skill really in using it. So it's an extraordinary machine for helping us all understand and be able to run a huge number of samples easily.
Thank you, Rachel. We have no more questions. Oh yeah, we have one question here from the participant, Sasha Hart. Please come here for more for interpreters to hear you. Yeah.
Hello, Rachel. That was a fantastic presentation. Many thanks. I actually have 2 questions. The first is you mentioned about water sampling analysis, and you found, I understand, some variability in the concentration of cadmium. I wonder if you could tell us more about where you found these high concentrations, maybe where correlated with the high concentration soil or not. And the second question is, I think you touched on a very important issue, which is that the cadmium issue is not seen so much as a problem by many farmers or stakeholders. On the other hand, productivity is certainly a key issue more and more. So I'm wondering what's your thoughts about combining the solutions for both issues? What sounds more promising from what you're researching in terms of what can be a solution both for the cadmium issue together with hiring the productivity?
Okay, thank you. So the water sampling we carried out using DGT membranes to do a long-term monitoring across a year of irrigation water. So the area, the area with the biggest problem of cadmium in the country is basically uses irrigation all year round. It never rains or rains 3 days a year. And we compared 2 different valleys just to see if that could help us explain the heterogeneity that we were seeing. And yes, the valley with bigger problem of cadmium also had more cadmium entering the plantation with the water. So I would suspect it is something that's important, especially in areas that are irrigated. And it's something that I think for other crops, for instance, avocado, it could be a serious issue. The reason is that, at least in Peru, a lot of the water is coming from highlands. The irrigation water comes from the highlands where there's a lot of mining taking place. So there are a lot of minerals in the water. And you need to do this long-term monitoring with membranes, because one-off samples for heavy metal in water, you end up not seeing anything at all. And as we know, the important thing with cacao is it's a crop that's sitting there long-term. And so it's, even if we can't, so we need to have a system where we can actually work out how much is accumulating over time of these heavy metals, how much is entering the system over a year. So that's been very important for us to use this different approach using membranes that sit in the water channel. In terms of your other question, exactly, that was our approach from the beginning, is not only to look at a cadmium solution, but also to look at productivity, increasing productivity. And actually, over time, we've moved more and more to looking at how can we increase productivity, rather than just really that's been the focus. Because if there's no price differential, actually what the farmer wants is increasing productivity rather than, and if you can manipulate cadmium levels to meet market requirements through mixing, actually what a farmer needs in order to increase his or her income is increased productivity. The small amount of work, well, the work we've done shows that biochar can increase productivity quite dramatically over 1 or 2 years, but then you'd need to reapply it. Also, we've had some nice experiences with increasing some productivity with calcium. But the cost benefit at prices previous to this year didn't really make any sense. Now I think they would probably make sense, because the cost, the value of cacao has increased so much that it probably would make more sense to use these inputs. But it's something that I think has to be seen hand in hand, because at the end of the day, that's also what a farmer wants is and it's something that they can, more beans is what you realize is a good example of how your crop is improving. So I would suggest that they always need to be done hand in hand.
Great. Thank you very much, Rachel, for elaborating your answer. I think that was clear. So we have to move on. Thank you, Rachel, for being again with us. That's very appreciated. And now we have, as I said, we're concluding with the countries' updates on the situation. And we have one more risk reduction to present and talk about. And I know some guests here in the room waited since the morning about cadmium-tolerant bacteria and bioremediation. And that will be presented by Daniel, who is joining us from Colombia, if I'm not mistaken. Daniel, good afternoon. Good to see you. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you for being with us. I think you have access to share your screen, and please feel free to do so and share your presentation with us. We have 50 minutes to update all of us. We still have about 80 participants online waiting for a presentation to talk about cadmium-tolerant bacteria. Daniel, 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you see my full screen now?
Yes, we can see it. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to this nice presentation with the cadmiologist, I will say. So I will present a little bit about our work in cadmium-tolerant bacteria. This is a bit different approach, as you can see, with agricultural amendments, but this way is very interesting. And of course, microbiota is very well related with cadmium in soils, especially in cocoa soils. So I will present you a little bit about our research since 2014, when I arrived to AgroSavia, formerly new as Corpoica in that time. And nowadays, some reflections that we are working with these culturable microorganisms related with cadmium and the cocoa crop. So the idea is to see seeking for culturable cadmium-tolerant material. As you can see here, you can see CDTB. This is the acronym for cadmium-tolerant bacteria. So each time you see that in my slides is referred to cadmium-tolerant bacteria. So we just started with knowing a little bit about the biodiversity of this taxonomic group or functional group of bacteria in the cacao crop. Then we yielding the metabolic plasticity on this metabolic group, especially for bioremediation in cocoa, but also we have seek for this functional group in rice and in lettuce. And since 2019, we start to implement this solution in field applications. So we enhance also the ratio of knowledge between microbiota and the surroundings. And since 2 years ago, we start also to scaling up these applications on several fields in Colombia. So this is the team. I have some colleagues internationally, mainly in Switzerland, where I did my PhD, and in Germany, where I did my postdoc. And as you can see also, we have an interesting group, diverse group, by which I have environmental engineers, microbiologists, forestal engineers, agronomes, plant physiologists, doctors in soil geophysics, and doctors in plant physiology, and I am leading this group as a PhD in geomicrobiology. Our main research focus is in 3 lines. One of these exploring diversity, but mainly the interactions and the microbial activity. And of course, the metabolites and the bioproducts related, for instance, with cadmium, and how we can use all this knowledge for bioremediation purposes. You have discussed very well during this morning several aspects related to the cadmium disposition in soils. Of course, quality of organic matter is something important. We have seen like the 3rd position of relation with cadmium in soils, but also in beans, in cocoa beans. But one that is really important is the microbial activity, which can be measured by respiration or biomass production. And we are using several techniques to measure this kind of response in soils in terms of several concentrations of cadmium. And all the interactions between all those factors are related with the cadmium final disposition, or going to food safety issue, either or for bioweathering that will let less cadmium labile fraction soils and beans. So in 2020, we elaborated the first soil cadmium map nationwide in Colombia. And we include some main questions, for instance, where cadmium come from is related with the geology or the pedology of the cacao farms, how we can address this issue. There is some kind of influence of soil management in the agricultural management made by the stakeholders. And in that way, we started to improving the diagnostic criteria and the diagnostic methods, and integrating a multi-criteria approach for cadmium mitigation. So this led us to focus on bacteria, mainly with cadmium-tolerant bacteria, and looking for this biodiversity, the good ones, which are related with cadmium immobilization, not the bad ones. That's the last for us, for instance. But as I said previously, cadmium-tolerant bacteria is a very new and not very understand a functional group of bacteria, mainly in soils, but it's possible also to find in the post-harvest processes on the cacao crop. Also, we have performed during 2021 in this paper another geophysical technique to understand the distribution of cadmium in the subsoil belonging to the cacao crop. So you can see here those tomograms that allow you to show variations in the resistivity of soil And this resistivity in non-parameters is directly related with the concentration of cadmium. So in this way, we can also detect hotspots at the farm level. And this is very important if you want to try a bioremediation process, because you can see, and other colleagues have said that the distribution of cadmium in the subsoil is quite heterogeneous. And therefore, it is not useful to perform a single remediation all across the crop if the distribution of the metal is quite heterogeneous. So our work hypothesis was to use the cadmium-tolerant bacteria that are related in two main biogeochemical pathways. One is the biomaterialization, and the other one is the bioweathering. By bioweathering, we say that this bacteria is able to use soluble or labile forms of cadmium able in soil, and to convert chemically into non-soluble or otherwise geostable forms, such as otavite, sulfides, like greenockite, howleyite, or cadmium sulfide. In cacao farms, we have found enough evidence of secondary otavite, which is a secondary form of cadmium carbonate. We include another single research questions, but the heterogeneity is the main focus in terms of the presence, diversity, and culturable diversity also of this bacteria. This cadmium-tolerant bacteria is also present in forms of endophytes. It could possibly find on leaves in a less concentration, a less distribution also, and in fermentations, and have some implications also in quality. So to innovate this measurement capacity, we have made like a mix of several techniques to understand and assess the diversity and the function of the cadmium-tolerant bacteria. One of the main techniques we use in AgroSavia is the isothermal microcalorimetry, which allow you to understand the heat production over time in terms of a specific metabolic pathway. And also we include genetic tools like a digital dropping PCR of the BioRad system to quantify number of copies of specific genes related with cadmium immobilization from the cadmium-tolerant bacteria. We also have this technology that Rachel just mentioned before, so I will not go in deep about the X-ray fluorescence and the Emax machine, which is very, very good in terms of comparison with the classical ICP MS spectrometric methods that we have also in AgroSavia. So what we have done during all those years is to perform several pitfalls and regard in the soil horizon how we can found these cadmium-tolerant bacteria and how we can relate, for instance, other factors like pH, the soil pH, or the cadmium concentration in terms of soil depth. And of course, looking up the details behind, for instance, the presence of the minerals that I say, such as the cadmium carbonate. And we made also these measurements on terms of activity, of microbial activity, in both in rates and also in values. We have seen also in the application of specific strains, cadmium-tolerant bacteria, already isolated in our laboratory, that have specific peaks of heat flow in terms of time. This is a thermogram. And it can be deconvoluted by several peaks corresponding to single individuals of cadmium-tolerant bacteria. Here, just some examples. These dotted lines corresponds to single individuals of bacteria, cadmium-tolerant bacteria. And also with this technique, it's possible to understand both major groups like fast and slow-growing bacteria that is possible to use cadmium as a source of energy. We have published this in 2018, also a relation between the pH, the cadmium concentration, and the CFUs, the colony forming units. And it's interesting that at some points, in terms of soil depth, when you increase the cadmium concentration at the first centimeters of soil depth, you also find more CFUs of cadmium-tolerant bacteria related, and when you decrease the concentration, occurs the same in terms of the concentration of populations. And in terms of activity, you can see this each one of these plots corresponds to activity of individuals cadmium-tolerant bacteria. And at some point, when you increase the cadmium concentration in laboratory experiments or assays, it's possible also to increase the metabolic activity related with immobilization. So we have performed also other experiments in relation of single strains or coupled strains in terms of the immobilization capacities. And we have seen very good capacities in terms of 12 days in regards of up to 2.5 milligrams per liter of cadmium chloride, for instance. This is very high percent of immobilization, but this is at the lab level. Then we started to go then to greenhouse experiments, and afterward with field experiments. And of course, you can see when you go to field experiments, the perfect scenario of the laboratory decrease or drop. And this occurs in the field assays that we have. We can see the activity of cadmium-tolerant bacteria, and we have also recognized the gene. This is the CAD-A, which is related with an ATPase activity at the membrane level of this cadmium-tolerant bacteria. But the immobilization activity decreased up to, let's say, 5% on these field conditions. In 2022, we performed a review about what is the metabolic pathways related with immobilization of cadmium by the cadmium-tolerant bacteria. And we have, at this point, 7 metabolic pathways, and one main for cacao is the bioweathering that I explained before. But also we have found some evidence of bioleaching in terms of using oxalate as a poor source of carbon in soils released by the root systems, but the cadmium-tolerant bacteria is able to use this poor source of cadmium and uses to perform alkylation in cadmium oxalates. In a very recent paper that we released last year, also we have seen what is the bacterial community composition. And we have unveiled this bacterial community composition in the second or maybe the third region of most importance in terms of cacao production in Colombia. And what is the relation with cadmium in beans? And we have seen that there is 3 major phylums related with cadmium immobilization: Letici bacteria, Tau marqueata, and Roku bacteria. Letici bacteria has been reported also by the literature in terms of very good percentage of cadmium immobilization in other crops such as rice and tomato. So once we got a research bank of around 140 cadmium-tolerant bacteria, we select the best one in terms of cadmium immobilization activity by isothermal microcalorimetry, and then we start to scaling up the field application. This implies to understand and perform the sequenciation of the complete genome of the bacteria selected, and then try to understand what is the best pH, temperature, and shaking conditions, also the cynetic conditions, but also the thermodynamic conditions once you apply on field to get good results in terms of cadmium immobilization. So we have...
That's left.
Yeah, I will finish. I will finish. So we have prospected these microorganisms and applied in Antioquia districts and also in other regions, combining with zeolite, biochar, and this cadmium oxalate tolerant bacteria, reformulated in several places in Colombia, just to know and we have seen some yields about 0.3 ppms of cadmium in soils reduction. We are just applying after 2 years in some other farms. We are just finishing to analyze the data, but we have seen with the ddPCR that it's possible also to understand and see the persistence of these strains, these cadmium-tolerant bacteria strains, on fields that have been applied during a while. Calorimetry showing that there is some interesting evolution in terms of the other treatments, and these will be published during this year. So we make kind of a pipeline of work, also looking for the mapping, and we perform also the mapping of cadmium in cocoa beans last year. And just to tell you that it is important to understand the differences in terms of cadmium concentration in districts, and then to apply that for a cadmium application with the cadmium-tolerant bacteria. This is ongoing application of the Emax and ZMax technologies to enhance our capacity, and maybe why not to use AI after to make bigger our high throughput net methods. This is my reflection. So cadmium-tolerant mobilization has future, and we'll see for further joint applications with other partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel, for presentation. Colleagues at the back, did you get more insights into bioremediation? I think that was your question this morning. Yes, you asked about bacteria tolerant, so that was mostly focusing on that. Any questions, Andrea? Everything is clear from your side? Agrosavia people is here, Daniel, in the room. Great. Any questions from the participants online? Please feel free to ask them. But if not, Daniel, thank you very much for being with us. I'd like to that you stay a bit longer in case there's any Q&A appear in the next few minutes or so. And we would like now to move on to hear the last presentation on risk reduction measures, which is also focusing on genetics. Professor Pat Umaharan, the star of everything what is happening in terms of cacao in this country. We would like to invite you and deliver your presentation, the last one. Professor Pat. Yes. So Professor Pat, because we have interpreters, and interpreters can only hear us very well if you sit here and speak to my computer dynamics.
All right.
Yes, that will be great. Okay, so this is your presentation. But basically, yes, it's in full screen here. Yeah. You will have a slideshow mode. So every time you want to move the slides, just click here and it will be moving. Okay, so Professor Pats, the floor is yours. Give me 1 second. Okay. Great, please go ahead.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me in the background of music that you're hearing. So thank you for staying late to listen to this presentation. So I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about the genetics of cadmium. So we talked about cadmium in the different countries and the approaches that have been used in different countries. I am going to focus mainly on the genetics part of the work that we did, because the other part would have been presented earlier on in the meeting. So to start with, I always start with this slide. Now, if you have a cadmium problem, I think you need to have cadmium in the soil. If you don't have cadmium in the soil, you don't have a cadmium problem, right? Now, even if you have cadmium in the soil, if the cadmium is not available to the plant, then you don't have a problem either, right? Because it's not available. And then even if it's available, if the plant does not take up the cadmium, the cocoa tree that is, then you don't have a problem, right? So And even if it takes up the cadmium, if it doesn't partition it into the cadmium, into the cocoa beans, then you don't have a problem either, right? So most of the work that you would have heard today was looking at the earlier part, the cadmium in the soil and the distribution, understanding what makes cadmium available. And we looked at soil factors, we looked at microbiology, but then we are now going to look at the genetics part of it. So this is just a summary of what we found in Trinidad. When we looked at the soil cadmium levels, the total cadmium, you would see the distribution of cadmium. It varies from about 0.5 parts per million to as much as 6 parts per million. So that's the range of cadmium that we see in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, but out of that cadmium, what is available, when we looked at the availability, you have a normal distribution. Some areas you have cadmium, but it's not available at all. And in other places, the cadmium is highly available, as much as 95%. So we see a complete variation in the availability. So, so most of the work that we started looking at, how do you make the cadmium less available? And so that even if the cadmium is in the soil, we can prevent the cadmium getting into the plant. So these are some of the factors you would have heard before. And so I'm just quickly summarizing it. Soil pH, we know that when the soils are acidic, in Trinidad, we found that when the soil acidity pH goes below 5.2, cadmium becomes a major problem. Once it's higher, we don't have much of a problem. The amount of soil carbon in terms of organic matter, we found that soils which are high in clay or high in organic matter had very low availability of cadmium. And open soils, which are soils which are not clayey, more open soils, the cadmium was more available. And saline soils, as you know, cadmium becomes extremely highly available under those conditions, right? So these are some of the factors that we found. And a lot of these factors, some of those factors you can manipulate easily, and others are more difficult to manipulate. And as Rachel had mentioned, some of the factors, the cost-benefit ratio, we tried looking at a lot of amendments, and these amendments had to be repeated over and over again, and which means a lot of cost to the farmers and is not potentially feasible, in a practical sense. So that is why we started looking at the genetics. So first, we looked at the commercial varieties that are grown in Trinidad, and we looked at the cadmium, the bean cadmium concentration in those varieties. And if you look at it, there was no variety that, if you grow it in a highly available soil, all of them had cadmium, very high levels of cadmium. So we have a problem, right? So if it's grown in a soil that is cadmium is available, it's a problem. So what we found is that it bioaccumulates in the commercial varieties, bioaccumulates cadmium 4 times the concentration of the soil to as much as 15 times the concentration of the soil, depending on the variety. So there is genetic differences in the level to which they accumulate the cadmium. So we said that there's something interesting. So we went and looked at the gene bank. You would have heard that the Cocoa Research Center, which I lead, I'm the director of the center, we have 2,400 varieties in the cocoa gene bank. And we wanted to look at a subset of about 500 varieties. So we looked at about 500 varieties, and we looked at the level of variation in bean cadmium concentration. And you'll see that there's tremendous variation. Genetically, there's tremendous variation. And to contrast, I have those varieties which are low accumulators and those which are high accumulators. And you could see there's about 5 to 6 fold variation in differences. So that again showed us that genetically, there's very big differences genetically. And all of these varieties were grown as rooted cuttings, right? So therefore, they are on their own roots. So they are not grafted plants. They are on their own root systems. So, so there's tremendous variability. And we said we're going to try to understand this variability. So we collected some of those varieties which were high and low. And then we did a greenhouse experiment to see, if these really stand out in the greenhouse. So we grew them in the greenhouse in high cadmium soil. And we did see a difference between the high cadmium accumulators and the low cadmium accumulators, which showed us that there is a true genetic difference in these types. So we need to understand how can we limit that variation. We need to understand what happens to the cadmium as it moves from the soil, taken up into the roots, transported through the xylem to the leaves and stems, and then leaves, in fact, and then partitioned from the xylem into phloem, and then goes into the beans, right? So there are many steps. Cadmium is transported from the soil into the root, and there are transporter genes that are involved in this capacity. Then cadmium is sequestered into the vacuoles in the root, and there are other genes that are involved. So it takes the cadmium that is absorbed in the root can be sequestered into the vacuoles in the root, in which case it doesn't go up into the leaves, right? And then cadmium sometimes is transported through the xylem into the leaves, mass transfer. And then cadmium is transferred from xylem to phloem parenchyma. And there are genes that have been identified. And then from the parenchyma, phloem parenchyma, it moves into the beans, right? So all of these, we know that there are genes that have been implicated. And we wanted to find out where these variations exist with respect to cocoa. So we looked at the varieties in terms of soil to leaf cadmium transfer factors, to what extent those varieties enrich cadmium, right? So we found that from soil to leaf, there was about 0.5 to 6.5 variation. So in terms of accumulation. So this really refers to the xylem transport, right? So once it's taken up into the root through the transporters, then it goes up through the xylem into the leaves. And there is variation. So this has to be at the level of the root absorption or at sequestering into the vacuoles. So we found that there is differences. And then we looked at leaf to bean. So around the xylem to the phloem and into the beans. We also found that there was, it varies from 0.2. So if you take the leaf cadmium and you compare to the bean cadmium, it can be as high as 0.8. 80% of what is in the leaf is in the bean, to as much as 20%. So there is also variation in partitioning from xylem into phloem and into the bean. So there are different mechanisms in cocoa that allows cadmium to get into the beans. So this is a paper that we published with one of our collaborators in France. And this one actually was using radioactive, naturally occurring radioactive cadmium. And we found that the lighter cadmium, the heavier cadmium ended up into the leaves, and the lighter cadmium is transported from the xylem into the phloem parenchyma, stored as calcium oxalate crystals, and then it's retransported into the beans. So we try to understand the mechanism that takes place. So this actually was supportive of our hypothesis that there are several steps in the movement of cadmium into the beans, and we could stop any of those steps, and we can limit the amount of cadmium getting into the beans. So this is one of my graduate students, Dr. Lewis, who had done this study. So we had looked at many varieties in a hydroponic system, and we either grew them in low levels of cadmium or high levels of cadmium. On the top is low level of cadmium, and we grew up in high levels of cadmium. The same varieties at the same time at two different cadmium levels. And you see when it's low level of cadmium in the solution, most of the cadmium ended up in leaves. But when you increase the cadmium concentration, it's started getting accumulated in the root and in the stem and less into the leaf. So in other words, the plant also has a mechanism when the concentrations are high to sequester it into the stem and in the roots and not allowing it to go up into the plants, right? So there seems to be a lot of different mechanisms. So then we did a study. Now try to understand. So we did a study, a field study with 2 rootstocks and 10 scions, right? So we used 2 different rootstocks and grafted onto 10 different scions. So you have 20 treatment combinations, and they were replicated 3 times, each one of them. And we did a study to find the bean cadmium levels. And what we found, there was a significant effect of scion. The scion that you did planted, there was a difference between the scions in the amount of cadmium in the beans. There was also a significant effect of rootstock. But what was very interesting is that there was no rootstock-scion interaction. So what it shows then is that by selecting the best rootstock and grafting it onto the best scion, you can have an additive effect. You can have an incremental effect in reducing the cadmium. And this supports our earlier work that there are 2 mechanisms. One, uptake of cadmium into the plant, which is a rootstock controlled, and then partitioning into the beans, which is controlled by the scion, right? So by controlling those 2 things, we can really get a plant that is low in cadmium, right? So this is some of the variation we saw between the rootstocks, and then the variation we saw between the scions, and there was no interaction. So that shows that they are independently able to do this together. So this is basically, we were also looking at the pod development period, because we found that some varieties, the pod develops in about 100 days, short 100 days they mature. And some varieties, it takes about 210 days to mature. So there's a 2-fold variation in maturity. And we were hypothesizing, would those varieties which take a longer time to mature, would they be taking up more cadmium? Because they had a more time for them to take cadmium than the shorter maturing types. But our results did not show a difference, whether it was short duration varieties, early maturing types, or late maturing types. We almost saw the same level of cadmium in the beans. So that didn't really matter in terms of the levels of cadmium. So the challenges that we find, so one of the things that we have been trying to find is what is the best rootstock to use to do graft our commercial varieties onto, right? Now, one of the problems with rootstocks is that because cocoa is heterozygous, when I take from a low cadmium variety, if I take beans, they will not be the same. They'll be segregating, right? So in other words, if I want to create a rootstock which is homogeneous, similar, then I have to do rootstock breeding so that I can fix those traits that are accounting for low cadmium absorption. So I needed to, so that's one of the reasons why we think that it's very important to do what we call rootstock breeding. Scion is not a problem because we already know scions which are low cadmium absorbers and we can graft them. But the rootstock, we need to really do this. And it takes some time to fix that trait for a low cadmium absorption in the rootstocks. So this is a study that we did. So we took up the 500 varieties in the gene bank and we wanted to find out the variation, how much of that variation is due to genes. So we sequenced those 500 varieties and we carried out what we call a genome-wide association studies. And we were able to find a number of potential candidate genes that are associated with low cadmium absorption, accumulation, right? So we have done it on leaf cadmium, bean cadmium, and also stem cadmium, right? So the genes that we have identified. At the moment, we are verifying these genes using some QTL process, right? So our emphasis is that if we can identify markers that are responsible for low cadmium absorption and partitioning, then we can use those markers to breed for rootstocks, low cadmium rootstocks very efficiently. So that is our intention at the moment in terms of breeding. So to summarize, the conclusions are that studies have shown that the genetic strategy is the most effective strategies in mitigating cadmium because you don't have a cost. In the long term, you don't have to do amelioration, you don't have to do anything, right? So in that respect, it's the most sustainable approach. It will be low cost. Once you do it, it's low cost as it does not require costly soil amelioration methods. There are many pathways to mitigate cadmium using the genetic strategy. A grafting strategy using a low cadmium rootstock and a low cadmium partitioning scion has been shown to be very effective. Molecular marker studies have identified promising molecular markers, which are now being verified. And so we think that once we identify these markers, using these markers to select rootstocks and homogenize, fix those traits in the rootstock would greatly improve our ability to reduce cadmium. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pat, for a great presentation as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So that really concludes all risk mitigation strategies that we can consider to apply for reducing the risk of heavy metals in cocoa. I think the key take-home message for FAO, specific for me and Juan Carlos, that we do a good summary and justification of what can we do in the future with our FAO projects that we have, the TCP project in South America, because we need to understand what kind of solutions. There's not going to be one single solution, right, Juan Carlos? We learned this today. So exactly. So, but there's another final presentation. Thank you, Professor Pat. Another final presentation that I would like you to and all our guests to be familiar with is the last project that FAO just started implementing from the GEF, the Global Environmental Program. And it's going to focus on Cabruca forest in Brazil. And we have my colleague, Anderson Bonilla, who is joining us from FAO Brazil. Anderson, good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Yes, can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you very well.
Yes, can hear you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, my name is Anderson Bonilla. Can I start, Sergio?
Anderson, your microphone is not doing well. We can hear you very loudly, but there's some noise and cracks going on from the microphone.
It's better now. Maybe.
Try with the plug, because I think it's the plug with not very well connected to your.
It's on Bluetooth.
On Bluetooth.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe if I use the computer.
Please try, yeah, because yes, I don't think we will be able with such a voice coming from the microphone.
It's strange. I'm alone in the room. Well, and now you are listening.
No, it's
good now.
Still quite noisy.
I can't understand. I'm all alone here. Well, you are listening better. Are you listening better now?
No, not really. I mean, we can hear you very well, but it's just the noise, the background.
There's any noise in the background here where I am. I'm all alone. I think it's some kind of technological problem.
It's a digital. Can you try to disconnect from Bluetooth?
I'm already disconnected.
Okay, can you try speak a little bit and share your screen?
Okay, I will share my screen first. Well, let me introduce myself. I am Anderson Bonilla from FAO Brazil. I'm a project coordinator here, and I'm responsible for the implementation of this GEF project regarding the cocoa production in South Bahia in Brazil. It's okay. By your faces, I think it's terrible. By your faces, I think it's terrible. Well, let me try once again.
Yeah, okay, let's go ahead like this. Yeah.
Let me try again the microphone.
Yeah. And would you like to share your screen and the presentation?
Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Try to.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes, it's okay?
Oh, we don't have time. Yes, we can see your screen in full. Yeah, please go ahead. 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate all my colleagues for their presentations today, and I wish to have a good very afternoon or evening for everyone. Well, today I'd like to present to you this project that FAO Brazil will start implementation this year in partnership with the Brazilian Ministry of Agriculture and some local stakeholders. This project seeks to improve the cocoa production system, implementing best practice of management of the cocoa culture associated with a more larger scope of integrated management of the natural resources in the regional ecosystems, maximizing the benefits of the ecosystem services, considering all its spheres, such as the environmental, the social, and the economic services provided by the sustainable production method that is implemented in this region. Well, the project will be implemented in South Bahia in 3 municipalities consortiums surrounding the municipality of Ilhéus in the region of Ilhéus, where it's the motherland of Jorge Amado, incredible and brilliant Brazilian writer. I recommend to you to read his work. Bahia is historically one of the main areas of cocoa production in Brazil since the 8th century, and was in the near past the number one in cocoa production in Brazil, the state that produce more cocoa in Brazil. But recently it has been surpassed
Anderson,
Yes.
I'm afraid I have to interrupt you because translators said it's impossible for them also to translate. With
Okay. Well, I don't know what I can do.
Can you try to disconnect and connect again, please? And see if it's gonna work.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes, let's see if this is gonna work.
He's on a computer. He puts on the microphone on the phone.
The cell phone.
Anderson, can you put the microphone on your cell phone? There's some suggestions on that. What do you think? Connect through the phone.
Let's see if it will work. It's better now?
Let's
Hello?
try.
Hello, good afternoon. Are you listening better now?
Can you come?
Or have it far off.
No, it's not working.
Well, I'm out of options.
Okay, what if we're gonna share your slides later on, and we're gonna have a quick summary of your presentation given to all the speakers, because I'm gonna write the reports, and I think in the report we can put the summary of the presentation. How does that sound?
Okay, for me, it's fine. I can share with you and also share a little resume that I prepared.
Anderson, wait, now it's working well, people say.
Now it's working?
Yeah, now it's perfect, yeah. Okay, let's okay, don't touch anything. Please share your screen and let's see if it's gonna work.
I'll not touch anything. Okay, let's share the screen once again. Let me put in the presentation mode.
Okay, let me see. You switched off the microphone and switched again on, isn't it?
No, I didn't switch anything.
Okay, then let's say it was a miracle. Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Yes. Should I start or can I proceed from here?
Just proceed where you stopped.
Okay. I was telling you that this project will be implemented in South Bahia, that historically is one of the main areas of cocoa production in Brazil. It once was the #1 in cocoa production, but only recently it was surpassed by Pará state in the Amazon region of Brazil. One of the reasons of this reduced production in Bahia state was a disease that infected most of producers in the region. That was the witcher's broom that decimated the production of cocoa in Bahia. Only recently, thanks to the efforts of CEPLAC, that is a public organization that works in the cocoa value chain, with the development of clones that are resistant to the witcher's broom, the cocoa production in Bahia once again are increasing since the beginning of this century. But one of the results that we can say, and a lot of stakeholders in the region, mostly small producers, say that it was a good result from the witch's broom, was that it helped land transformation in the area. In the past, the cocoa producers are dominated by big producers with big land. And now, after the witch's broom, most of those lands were abandoned, and the opening space for the small producers to take care of the production in the region. So now 80% of the production of cocoa in South Bahia came from family farmers and small producers. One of the uniqueness of the production of cocoa in Bahia state relies on the characteristics of this specific production system that is named Cabruca. The Cabruca system is an agroforestry system where the cocoa trees are planted under the canopy of the native Atlantic forest. So we have the Atlantic forest is one of the ecosystems, one of the main ecosystems in Brazil, and the production of cocoa are under the canopy of the Atlantic forest. This system is a traditional management system developed by indigenous communities and traditional communities to produce food, fiber, wood, medicines, and other products. Given the economic value of cocoa and its importance for income generation, today the cocoa is the main culture produced under the Cabruca systems. But also, besides cocoa, other agro-products is produced as well, such as fruits, woods, and other products for family consumption. Well, these systems delivers a lot of benefits from an environmental, social, and cultural point of view. It contributes for biodiversity conservation, ecosystem services, promote connectivity between forested areas. The Cabruca as a matrix for species migration is better than lands occupied by other uses such as livestock production or or coffee in full sun production. So the Cabruca system, alongside protected areas in the regions, constitutes an ecological corridor for preserving biodiversity and ecosystem services. It's also a strategy for climatic change adaptation, improving the resilience of local communities, and promoting economic inclusion, income generation, and job opportunities. And it also supports the social and cultural diversity in agriculture. On-site system is produced by indigenous people, quilombolas, that is Afro-descendant populations, and other traditional and local communities in Brazil. But despite that, the Cabruca system is facing some challenge and pressures in the region. First of all, the productivity today is very low, mainly due to difficulties in the management practice and lack of knowledge and technical assistance for the producers, mainly for the small producers. Also, other intensive production systems based on monocultures and livestock production present more opportunity for economic gains in the short term. So the producers are selling their lands or transforming it to other production systems. This is causing biodiversity loss and fragmentation of Atlantic forest in Bahia state, and also is generating poverty situation in the region, mainly with these families from small producers. And finally, most of producers don't use good practices of management based on agroecology and organic production. So many producers in the region are using chemical fertilizers or pesticides that could impact the soil, the water, including with heavy metal. So in this sense, our project that is financed by GEF has the general objective of reverse the trends of degradation of Brazilian Atlantic forest through the sustainable management of the cocoa agroforestry landscapes. So the project objective is to improve the management of those systems while conserving and promoting biodiversity conservation and ecosystem services. In its specific objectives, the project seeks to improve conservation strategies of Atlantic forest in South Bahia, improve local communities' resilience and adaptation to climatic changes, strengthen the sustainable cocoa value chain, supporting family farmers and small producers, and improve governance and data production systems and framework in South Bahia. It is structured in three main components. In the component one, we will implement a capacity building program for main stakeholders in the region, including public, private, and communities, regarding best practices of management of cocoa and integrated natural resource management with a landscape approach. Also, we will foster the implementation of a governance system to promote discussions about public policies, marketing, access to markets, exportation, biodiversity, and Atlantic forest conservation, among other relevant issues. So, in this capacity building program, the results of this workshop and the work carried out by FAO and its partners in countries will be fundamental to train the main stakeholders in Brazil in how to implement best practices to prevent or to remediate the pollution from heavy metals. Also, in the scope of the governance system, the heavy metals pollution in cocoa in Brazil will be assessed, as well as the development of a strategy to deal with heavy metals and a marketing strategy to promote heavy metal-free productive systems. So there is a connection between the project that Sergio is carrying out in Latin America and this project. We will work together to implement these good practices of management, to train the local stakeholders, and to promote and develop strategies to prevent and remediate the contamination of cocoa from heavy metals. Also, in component 3, that is the component that will focus on the value chain of cocoa, on the strengthening of the value chain of cocoa, we will implement in practice in the forums those good practices of management and production, processing, marketing, and commercialization, including soil, water, pests, and also have metals integrated management based on agroforestry practices and organic transition. So the last outputs of this component 3 will also support producers and cooperatives to enter in the quality cocoa market through training and implementation of proper infrastructure for beans processing and developing strategies for branding, marketing, and access to new markets. In this sense, this project seeks to implement an integrated strategy to conserve biodiversity while develop the cocoa value chain, the sustainable cocoa value chain from Cabruca systems, generating income for the small producers and family farmers, and developing a marketing strategy that is unique to this region, based on the sustainability of the production, on this traditional production system that is the Cabruca system, and also based on a superior quality of the cocoa produced in Bahia state in Brazil. Finally, for conclude, I like to share a little overview of our partners and networks in Brazil that involves a series of organizations from distinct sectors, including public sector. We have some partners in Bahia state and also in the federal government, like CEPLAC and the Rural Development Secretary from Bahia state. And also we have private partners, cooperatives, universities, and networks. I'd like to highlight the SIC role. SIC is the Innovation Cocoa Center. It's a private organization that is developing technologies in production, processing, and marketing of cocoa associated with biodiversity conservation in Atlantic forest in Bahia state. Firstly, Cristiano Santana, that is our partner and director of SIC, was invited to participate in this workshop, but he cannot attend because he is now in Africa participating in another workshop and training about cocoa, and he is main stakeholders jointly with SIC and other organizations that are associated with SIC in developing strategies for a sustainable production of cocoa in Brazil. We also have a lot of cooperatives, just like Cooper Cabruca, Copag, and Povos da Mata Agroecology Network, that are producers organizations that are leading the process of transitioning for the agroforestry and organic production in the region. So those are our main partners, and they are it's a very strong network in the region to implement this project. And I hope that we can work together during the implementation of this project, work together with Sergio's and his team to implement also those best practices to prevent the pollution and the remediation practices with heavy metals in Bahia state. Well, for today, this is the presentation. I'd like to thank you, all of you. And if anyone have any questions, I'm at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Anderson. And I'm very pleased that we sorted out all these technical issues because we were looking forward to hear and learn about Cabruca project. And indeed, it was quite interesting. And please rest assured the Global Soil Partnership will support your project in implementation of sustainable soil management practices, as we have tools available, and we're looking forward to use them throughout your project, throughout the TCP project in South America and any other countries and stakeholders that were here in the room today, and also to facilitate the knowledge exchange dialogue. Thank you very much. That concludes all of our presentations for today. It was quite yes. What's the word you said? Intense, exactly. That intense day. I think all of us learned a lot, and I'm very pleased to see that we had more than 200 participants throughout the day. Joined us, I don't know from how many countries, I need to check the statistics, but thank you very much for interpreters who were there, and I'm very pleased that I'm assured that we have strengthened our collaboration in South America, because nobody gonna accuse me of the language barrier today. Spanish was here all the time, so thank you very much. Tomorrow, we will be back, not on cocoa, but in general to talk about the strategies and steps that different stakeholders have to follow when they have soil pollution present. And we have wonderful speakers joining us tomorrow. I'm just trying to find the card of those speakers, and I cannot. Anyway, you will see this card tomorrow, but we have three main speakers who will provide this kind of a training. Lucia Beauvais joining us from Nicol Foundation, who will take care of implementation stages of soil pollution, mostly on remediation strategies that are available post-remediation, how to comply, document, and communicate risks of soil pollution. We have Sasha Tom Hart joining us from Ecos Brazil. You've heard him today, who will teach us about how to build the conceptual site model, how to evaluate the history of the site, and other aspects. And also we have a speaker joining us online, Ruth Pereira from University of Porto, who will deliver the presentation on the environmental risk assessment based on the ecosystem services approach. It's an open event. You can use the same link that you used today for joining this workshop. Everyone is welcome and everyone will benefit a lot. Thank you very much. All the presentations that you heard today will be available online, probably next week. You will be notified about their access via email. In both in Spanish language and in English. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them online, or sorry, via email, and I will try to answer them or direct them to the speakers of today's presentation. Thank you very much to everyone who's been with us, and wishing you a very good evening for those who are in Europe, and well, even in Americas as well. It's quite evening. Thank you, and hopefully to see you tomorrow, same time. Thank you and goodbye.